questioned several aspects to this, but Industry Inc. is also, India Inc. in fact has hailed some of these announcements, saying that this is certainly going to be helping the vulnerable in the long run. Let's get in some of those inputs. Our assistant news editor, Avni Raja, getting us those details on what to expect today, what is going to be today's focus group for the relief there by the government.
Well, Sahir, that is anybody's guess at this point in time. What we've seen over the last 2 days is that the finance minister has focused on medley of different sectors and the kind of relief and measures that those sectors are going to see. The first day it was largely about MSMEs. Yesterday it was the main focus was the small farmers and the migrants. So today we'll have to see what are the other measures that get announced. Remember, this is going to go on for a series of days, and 20 lakh crore is that headline number. But like you pointed out, there has been a lot of criticism over this entire package, at least the announcement so far, in saying that it doesn't have much substance and, you know, it's not really government spending. There's a lot of incentives to take for people to take loans and incentivizing institutions to lend, really, but nothing, not so much of spending as such coming from the government, at least until now. So that has been the criticism, in fact, that has been received over the package so far. But in fact, just a short while back, Mirna spoke to Hemant Soren, in fact, who also said on the similar lines, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, also saying that, money has not yet been put into the hands of the poor in the measures announced so far. Let's just quickly listen into that.
अभी तो आपका चैलेंज बढ़ेगा, मुश्किल काम जो है तो अब शुरू हुआ है। सोरेन जी, केंद्रीय सरकार ने जो अनाउंसमेंट की, जो 20 लाख करोड़ में से अब तकरीबन हमारे पास डिटेल्स हैं 12 से 14 लाख करोड़ का जो प्लान अनाउंस हो गया है, उसमें कल फोकस था माइग्रेंट्स पे। उसमें उनको राशन देना, खाना देना, एक यूनिवर्सल राशन कार्ड जो अगले साल तक हो जाए, और कुछ और छोटी अनाउंसमेंट्स की गई। क्या हद तक इससे फ़ायदा होगा और मदद मिलेगी आपके हिसाब से?
तन्वी जी, गरीबों को मुफ्त राशन देने की बात भारत सरकार ने कही है। ये तो पहले से ही बट रहा है लोगों को, ये कौन सा नया काम हो रहा है? मुझे बताइए, जो 20 लाख करोड़ रुपया में लगभग 16 लाख के लगभग अनाउंसमेंट हो चुके हैं, किसी गरीब को अभी तक 1 रुपया मिला है क्या? ये कुल मिलाकर के मैं इसको नटसेल में एक ही बात बता देना चाहता हूं, अगर आप सही मायने में देखेंगे तो वास्तव में कोई आर्थिक मदद भारत सरकार ने नहीं दिया है, बल्कि जो लेन देन हुआ है, कुछ पेमेंट्स हैं जो भुगतान करने वाले हैं, उसको डिले कर दिया गया है कि आप ये ब्याज इतने दिनों तक आपको ये में ये नहीं देना पड़ेगा, उतने दिनों तक ये नहीं देना पड़ेगा। ये एक हिस्सा है। दूसरा है, हमारा ही पैसा हमें ये जल्दी लौटाने की बात करते हैं, जैसे जीएसटी हो, वो इनकम टैक्स के हैं, ये तो हमारा राइट ऑलरेडी है। ये कहा जाए कि अभी ऐसा कोई सरकार के खजाने से 1 भी रुपया मदद के तौर पर लोगों को नहीं प्राप्त है, बिल्कुल ये क्लियर है। और जहां मुफ्त अनाज की बात है, मुफ्त अनाज तो हम लोग पहले से ही देख रहे हैं। अगर आज आप हमारे राज्य के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि आज राज्य में कोई भी हाहाकार की स्थिति हमारे यहाँ नहीं है, बिल्कुल सभी नॉर्मल ये सिचुएशन में है। हाँ, ये जरूर है, लोग बाहर से जो आ रहे हैं वो लोग थोड़ा सा परेशान जरूर हैं, क्योंकि उनको मतलब गांव में ही लोग रोक देते हैं, थोड़े दिन के लिए क्वारंटाइन करते हैं। ये थोड़ा सा एक अभी, लेकिन हाँ, इतना जरूर है कि वो अपने बाल बच्चों को अपनी आंखों से देख रहे हैं, अपने गांव के लोगों को देख रहे हैं, जिससे कहीं ना कहीं उसको मोरल बूस्टअप होता है। और जो इस महामारी का फर्स्ट ट्रीटमेंट है, जिसको अभी हम लोग खाली इवेल्युएट कर रहे हैं कि इम्यून सिस्टम डेवलपमेंट करने का कैसे डेवलप होगा। और मुझे लगता है कि ये तो कोई बात किसी के बंदे के कनपट्टी पर रिवॉल्वर रख करके आप उसको तो नहीं बोल सकते कि जल्दी ठीक हो जाओ। ये तो अपने इनर ये से ही ठीक होगा। अब जो रफ्तार है, इस रफ्तार में हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल हैं और ये हम लोग रफ्तार बढ़ाएंगे, ऐसा हम उम्मीद करते हैं। लोगों को लगातार मेरी प्राथमिकता भी है। अभी के जो सिचुएशन है, जीविका और जीवन हमारी पहली प्राथमिकता है कि लोगों की जान कैसे बचे, एक भी मजदूर ना मरे, ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी है।
It's a very specific response, Avni, as we heard what you'd mentioned from the Jharkhand Chief Minister, that immediate relief means giving immediate cash in hand to the poor. That would mean immediate relief instead of waiting for relief to come in another few months. This is, of course, pertaining to the migrants. What is the nature of response for the relief that has been offered so far to the MSMEs? Remember, many have said that at this time of the day, changing the definition of an MSME is not part of that immediate relief either.
Well, that's right, Sahir. So once again, the definition changing is again something that either could have been done before, and at the moment, it's perhaps not going to be that helpful for many MSMEs in the condition in the state that they are now. So again, at the MSME side, a lot is being done for loans for MSMEs, so they, to try and get them to get back business up and to ensure that jobs get saved, all of that. But the issue is the demand side has not been addressed at all. So somebody has to buy the thing, somebody has to buy those goods and services. And if that issue is not addressed itself, what is the point of MSMEs getting back business up, saving jobs, producing more if nobody is going to buy? So that is the other side that experts are talking about, that the demand side is not really being addressed over here, and a lot is being done for the supply side, Sahir.
Right, a fair point there, Avni. Thank you for getting us those details. Of course, your scrutiny on that is going to continue for the next hour and a half to come. 4 p.m. in a short while from now, we're going to have the finance minister giving out the third installment today to that stimulus package. Stay on with us, please. We're back in just a bit with those inputs as well.
Hello? Huh. Yes, I can.
are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to address her third briefing on the centre's 20 lakh crore stimulus package shortly. This a day after the minister announced relief for migrants and farmers. Dismissing a plea on the movement of migrant workers, Supreme Court says the court cannot monitor who is walking or not. Solicitor General tells Supreme Court that the government is providing transport to migrants, but people are taking to the streets as they are angry. Supreme Court says Madras High Court order that had ordered closing of all liquor stores in Tamil Nadu. Top court order to pave the way for liquor shops to reopen in the state soon. Hundreds of migrants protested in Bengaluru demanding special trains to Jharkhand. Social distancing norms flouted during the protest. Well, good to have you with us and welcome to the special broadcast. In minutes from now, the Finance Minister will address a third press briefing of the economic package, the details of which two sessions have already been held, and the further details will be unveiled today as well. We saw focus on MSMEs on the first day. We saw focus on migrant workers and small farmers as well on the second day. Today we'll have to see what are the sectors that are addressed as well. Remember, a lot of criticism has also been faced by the opposition, by the centre rather, of the opposition in terms of the kind of announcements that have been made and the fact that there has been nothing substantial, at least, that has been announced so far. Several saying that money has not yet been put into the hands of all the people who need it, and several of the schemes that have been announced are not new but that they have been there from before. So those are some of the criticism that has come in at this point in time, but of course we'll have to wait and watch what are the announcements that come in today. Remember, the headline number is 20 lakh crore that was announced by the Prime Minister a few days back, saying that this is the size of the economic package, the stimulus package that is going to be unveiled in the coming days. And today is now the third session where the Finance Minister is going to unveil details of the economic package. So let's just go through in terms of some of the announcements. All right, some of the announcements that came in yesterday, but let me go across to our Managing Editor Vinay Tiwari, who's joining me right now. Vinay, so of course the announcements that have been coming in for the past 2 days, it's not enthused the markets at all if we look at that. And a lot of people, including experts, have come out and said that so far there's nothing substantial as yet in terms of addressing the real issues or the root problem at this point in time.
Yes, so I mean, we've seen 2 days of the 5-day test match that the Finance Ministry is currently playing. And if I was to inject some bit of cricketing analogy, things that both you and Tanvi don't quite like, but just to enliven some bit of the jargon that the finance reportage always brings along with it. Look, the first 2 days, tough to say who the session belongs to, because there are enough number of people who believe that the run rate at which the government is actually announcing the measures is not good enough. And I think the bitterest criticism that has come from across quarters is about how most of the mechanisms are meant to actually fix the supply, but not the demand, which most people are saying is the big problem. In fact, Tanvi interviewed Hemant Soren, the Jharkhand Chief Minister today, who said a little bit of the same thing. I mean, he said that a lot of the schemes that the government has announced or enhanced are some things that are already in place, and the states are already doing that. So it's really just an expansion of the existing policies that exist, and that he also believes that what people needed was cash in hand, because that would have really helped them a lot, because they're really cash strapped with no work for the last 2 months or so, and having run out of their savings almost entirely. So there is that huge criticism that the government has faced in the last couple of days or so. But having said that, if it's a 5-day policy announcement measure, I guess the entirety of it will probably give us a better picture of what direction the government intends to make. I think what is clear is that they have given a lot of boost, or at least attempted to give a boost to the MSME sector, which is a clear policy announcement. But the series of announcements done yesterday were rather systemic, and those systemic announcements have a very long gestation period in terms of fructification as well, Avni.
All right, even I think
how
Finance Minister has just started
technology-driven
speaking.
systems
Let's cut
should
across.
work, and also how the demography will have to benefit from it. So deriving from all this, today, the third tranche of announcements which are being made is focusing on agriculture and allied activities. Agriculture, fisheries, dairy, animal husbandry, and allied activities. So which will also have some aspects of food processing and so on. See, the largest proportion of Indian population is dependent on agriculture even now. And of all those who are dependent on agriculture, nearly 85% of the operational holdings are held by small and medium-sized farmers, small and actually marginal farmers. That is also referred to in the economic survey of 2020. However, it always goes to the credit of the Indian farmers who, against all adversities, be it of the monsoon or sometimes unwanted drought or some crop pestilence, in spite of all that, Indian farmer has always stood up to the challenge, endured a lot, and made India reach certain global benchmarks. Very quickly, I'll tell you, you are aware that India is the largest milk producer, largest jute producer, largest pulses producer, dals, variety of dals. It's also the second largest in global numbers, second largest in the production of sugarcane, in the production of cotton, groundnut, fruits, vegetables, and also in fisheries. India is also third globally placed in the production of cereals. So really, Indian farmers have really endured but made sure that his holdings may be small, but he would give us the highest yield. So today, we want to show you some of the slides also. Very quickly, without spending much time, I'll tell you what kind of support systems that we had established during the lockdown period, so that, as you are aware, keeping all the respects for social distancing and also ensuring all kinds of preventive measures are taken during the lockdown. It goes to the credit of our workers in the fields, our farmers, the peasants and the marginal farm landholders, that they almost concluded the Rabi crop harvest. And also, many of the states have been successful in somehow pushing ahead with due procurement process. The crops have been largely procured in the wheat and the rice growing areas. The process is ongoing, but it goes to the credit of our rural population. So today, therefore, I'll also be showing you a slide a bit later on what we have done in the last 2 months to make sure that agriculture work was supported during the lockdown, just the 2-month story. But otherwise, post that, I'd like to highlight what are we announcing today for supporting agriculture and allied activities. I'll be announcing 11 measures, and from among them, 8 of them relate to strengthening infrastructures, strengthening capacities, building better logistics, and so on. So 8 of the 11 relate to such things where government allocates money, activities will be undertaken in such a way that very quickly we can ramp up on storage, capacities, logistics, and so on. The rest 3 today of the 11 will pertain to governance and administrative reforms. So that's the picture I'd like to put before you. But before we go to the slides, in Hindi.
नमस्कार। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने 20 लाख करोड़ का जो पैकेज दिया है, उसके ही आज तीसरे दिन की मीडिया ब्रीफिंग में हम आपके सामने उपस्थित हैं और आज कृषि के ऊपर ज़्यादा बात करेंगे। कृषि अगर किसान केंद्रित नहीं होगी, किसान कल्याण के लिए नहीं होगी, तो मुझे लगता है अधूरा रह जाता है। शायद यही कारण है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने इसका नाम भी कृषि किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय जैसा रखा था। तो किसानों के कल्याण के लिए लगातार पिछले 5-6 वर्षों में कदम उठाए गए, चाहे वो पीएम किसान योजना है कि साल में 6,000 रुपये किसानों के खाते में सीधा जाएगा, करोड़ों किसानों का आज सीधा उसका लाभ मिलता है। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, बाढ़ सूखे के समय उनको भरपाई होना, सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड बनाकर उनकी ज़मीन के बारे में बताना, ये बहुत सारे कदम पूर्व में उठाए गए। और पिछले कल भी जब हमने प्रवासी मजदूर उनकी समस्याओं को लेकर बहुत सारे मोदी सरकार की ओर से उनके लिए कदम उठाए, तो उसमें 2 बातें हमने फार्मर्स के लिए भी, किसानों के लिए भी कही थी। और उसमें 30,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो अतिरिक्त इमरजेंसी वर्किंग कैपिटल कार्यशील पूंजी की हमने बात कही, ये 90,000 करोड़ के अलावा थी, जो किसानों के लिए नाबार्ड के माध्यम से लगभग 3 करोड़ परिवारों को इसका लाभ मिलेगा। और 2 लाख क्रेडिट कार्ड बनाकर उनको लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ का जो हमने लाभ देना था 2.5 करोड़ किसानों को, उसकी विशेष मुहिम चलाई जाएगी। ये पिछले कल हम आपने आपके सामने रखा था। आज कुछ और कदम उस दिशा में हम उठाने वाले हैं, जिसके 11 बिंदु होंगे, उसकी जानकारी अब हम आपको देंगे।
About yesterday's announcement, I think the slide has got enough to give you. I'll straight go over to covering today's announcements, but linkage with the 2 steps that I had announced yesterday for the agriculture, for the farmers' welfare, for the additional emergency working capital requirements through NABARD, which we would be infusing, and also to make sure that 2 lakh crore credit will be available under the Kisan credit card. Those were particular references to yesterday. Now we move over to today's, where we are coming up with, oh yes, sorry, before I go to that, in the last 2 months, very quickly, a number of measures have been taken to support farmers. Particularly additional steps that we had taken where the minimum support price purchases to an extent of 74,300 crores had taken place during the lockdown. 74,300 crores of purchases based on minimum support price happened during the lockdown, and also 18,700 crores have been transferred to the accounts of farmers directly into their accounts under the scheme PM Kisan Samman. And that is only during the 2 months. And then Fasal Bima Yojana, claim payments have been cleared to the extent of 6,400 crores in the last 2 months. Bima Yojana claims, when a farmer wants to utilize and ask for the claim so that he gets the insurance money in his name, such claims totaling 6,400 crores have been cleared in the last 2 months. We now move to the steps that I want to announce today. There's additional steps also for the animal husbandry, which is worth recalling. Sorry about this. It's absolutely important to know that during the lockdown, all of you all would have been reporting also, media, that milk was being produced and the usual restaurants and the hotels and the consumers were all under lockdown. So a lot of dairy industry people were put to severe difficulties. The milk was being thrown on streets saying our consumers are all locked down, they can't buy it from us. So during that period, 560 lakh per day of liters of milk, 560 lakh liters of milk were procured by cooperatives against the daily sale of 360 lakh liters which is produced per day. Now, those were also utilized for a further amount of 111 crore liters have also been extra procured over and above the usual quantities which come to the market, 4,100 crores have been paid on that account. So money goes to the hands of the milk producing farmers or dairy keepers. A new scheme also was utilized for interest subvention of about 2% per annum for dairy cooperatives. Additionally, 2% per annum of interest subvention also was provided to incentivize prompt payment, repayment, and interest servicing. So, and this scheme is further to be continued, and this is expected to unlock 5,000 crores of additional liquidity, benefiting 2 crore farmers. So this is something which was triggered during the lockdown so that farmers get the money in their hands. This is the impact which I'd like to draw your attention to. Can you finish that?
कोविड-19 के दौरान पिछले 2 महीनों में बहुत सारे कदम किसानों के हित में उठाए गए और न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य देने के लिए लगभग 74,300 करोड़ रुपया खर्च किया गया, जो सीधा किसानों को गया है उनकी खरीद करने के लिए उत्पाद की। और इसके अलावा जो पीएम किसान योजना है उसके अंतर्गत 18,700 करोड़ रुपया पिछले 2 महीनों में किसानों के खाते में सीधा डाला गया है। फसल बीमा योजना के माध्यम से भी जो उनके क्लेम्स मिलने थे वो 6,400 करोड़ रुपए के क्लेम किसानों को मिले हैं। और यही नहीं, पशुपालन एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है किसान की ज़िंदगी का, एक अतिरिक्त आय का साधन बनने के लिए। लेकिन दूध की खपत कम हुई और कुल 360 लाख लीटर दूध जो प्रतिदिन पहले वो खरीदते थे उसकी बजाय 560 लाख लीटर प्रतिदिन उन्होंने दूध खरीदा है, जिसके चलते कुल मिलाकर 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की एडिशनल लिक्विडिटी की जो मदद है वो 2 करोड़ किसानों को इस योजना के माध्यम से की गई। और कुल मिलाकर 2% जो है वो ब्याज अनुदान उनको दिया गया, और जिन्होंने जल्द पेमेंट की, प्रॉम्प्ट पेमेंट की है या इंटरेस्ट सर्विस समय पर किया है, उनको अतिरिक्त ब्याज अनुदान 2% और दिया गया है। तो कुल मिलाकर 2 करोड़ किसानों को 5,000 करोड़ रुपए का लाभ इसमें हुआ, उनको भुगतान हुआ है। और कुल मिलाकर 111 करोड़ लीटर एक्स्ट्रा प्रोक्योरमेंट इसमें हुई, जो लगभग 4100 करोड़ रुपए की है।
Again, for the last 2 months, just to give you reassurance that some of the dates which we had extended for fisheries-related activities, because many of them had overseas contracts in getting the brood stock or in getting some of the consignments which were coming from abroad, all the deadline extensions have been honored. The validity for SIPs, sanitary import permits for import of shrimp brood stock, was extended by 3 months. We've also condoned the delay of 1 month in the arrival of brood stock consignments, and for all the quarantine cubicles which were booked, but because of the delays, they were going to have to forfeit the monies that they paid. We allowed rebooking at no extra or additional charge. All this has been respected, and also the verification of the documents for grant of NOC for quarantining has also been relaxed from 7 days to 3 days. So very many measures which will help shrimp farmers, marine farmers, and also coastal farmers, which were given the kind of extension because of the lockdown, have all been extended duly, and help and assistance have been extended as promised. So I want to underline the fact that registration of 242 registered shrimp hatcheries and also rearing hatcheries were expiring on 31st March. They have been extended by another 3 months without any additional burden on them. So such operations also of the marine capture fisheries and aquaculture have also been relaxed to cover inland fisheries and hatcheries.
पिछले 2 महीनों में 242 नई श्रिम्प हैचरीज को रजिस्ट्रेशन दी गई, और जो रियरिंग हैचरीज जिनकी एक्सपायरी 31 मार्च को हो रही थी उसको 3 महीने की एक्सटेंशन दे दी गई है। और बाकी ऑपरेशंस भी मरीन कैप्चरिंग के लिए जो थे उनको और एक्वाकल्चर के लिए जो रिलैक्सेशन देनी थी वो भी दी गई, और जो 4 घोषणाएं हमने इनको लेकर पहले की थी उनको भी लागू कर दिया गया है मत्स्य पालन को लेकर।
I go to today's announcements. The third tranche covering agriculture. First 8 steps are towards monies going for infrastructure, capacity building. And from among the 8, so the first one is we provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations which I mentioned, FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
हमारा किसान बाढ़ हो, बारिश हो, तूफान हो, आंधी हो, अपना पसीना बहाकर 137 करोड़ भारतीयों का पेट तो भरता ही है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ एक्सपोर्ट करने में मदद करता है। लेकिन भंडारण की कमियां होने के कारण कई बार और मूल्य संवर्धन के अवसर ना होने के कारण कमी रह जाती थी। उस कमी को पूरा करने के लिए 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कृषि आधारभूत ढांचा बनाने के लिए ये योजना लाई गई है, जिसमें चाहे कोल्ड चेन हो या फसल कटाई के बाद प्रबंधन करने के लिए जो भी सुविधाएं वैल्यू चेन के लिए बनानी है वो उसमें बनाई जाएंगी, और इससे लाभ मिलेगा मूल्य संवर्धन के लिए भी, भंडारण की क्षमता बढ़ाने के लिए भी, और कुल मिलाकर किसान की आय को भी इसमें बढ़ोतरी मिलेगी। और भारत न केवल अपनी मांग को पूरी कर पाएगा, एक्सपोर्ट करने में भी इसकी आने वाले समय में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। और ये जो है इसका जो लाभ होगा वो प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज़ हो, फार्मर प्रोड्यूस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो जो किसान उत्पादक संघ हैं, या कृषि उद्यमी हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो, एग्रीगेटर्स हो जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कृषि के क्षेत्र में लाते हैं, ये सब इनके माध्यम से आधारभूत ढांचा कृषि के क्षेत्र में उनके फार्म गेट पर खड़ा किया जाएगा ताकि इन सुविधाओं का लाभ मिल सके, और इस फंड को जल्दी क्रिएट करके शुरुआत की जाएगी।
The next of the 8 steps towards capacity building, logistics and so on is for food enterprises who are micro in size. We shall be providing a fund of 10,000 crores. It's a scheme which will get executed with a cluster-based approach. I recall Prime Minister Modi when he spoke on the 12th of May, speaking about be vocal for local. This is one of the ways in which the local capacities, the local value-added product can have a global outreach, can reach out for global markets and build brands. They can create products of global standards, and therefore marketing them globally will also be assisted through this fund. Most of the products that we are aiming to deal with in this scheme will be related to health and wellness products, nutritional products, herbal products, organic products, and products which are now being used as alternatives for a healthy living. So this we expect will benefit 2 lakh MFEs, micro food enterprises. 2 lakh of them will benefit by bringing them up to that level, modernizing their production techniques, giving them capacities, branding their produce, and so on. But because it's going to be cluster-based, I would want to broadly give you a picture of what we are aiming at. Let us say if it is Bihar, makhana is considered to be one of the very nutritious food without any calorie concerns. One can always use it as a snack. And therefore, in Bihar, the cluster would aim at makhana cluster. Kashmir would aim at kesar, saffron cluster. Karnataka can have ragi and coarse grains, which is today considered to be the most healthiest alternative for gluten-rich wheat. and rice. So the Northeast will have bamboo shoots and organic fruits. Telangana can have turmeric. We are only suggesting this because turmeric latte is a big thing outside. Milk made out of whipping cream and turmeric. So turmeric is rich in this country. There can be clusters formed. And Andhra can do chilies. Tamil Nadu can do tapioca, sago, and whole lot of other things. I'm just giving examples. So the cluster-based is going to focus on those organic and herbal materials or nutritional and health-conscious, wellness-related food items in which India has a great strength. So this particular micro-fund enterprises, which will have 10,000 crores given by the government, will aim at branding and promoting such clusters. The focus will be on women. Focus will be on SC and STs. Focus also, where possible, will be on aspirational districts. I forgot to add the states and the products. One Sampada, states which are rich in forestry produce, minor forestry produce, we can also have a cluster which will also benefit them.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लोकल के लिए वोकल और लोकल से ग्लोबल ये अपने आत्मनिर्भर भारत के पूरे उस दिन के संबोधन में देश के सामने बात रखी और उसी दिशा में एक और ये बड़ा कदम है कि किस तरह से असंगठित क्षेत्र के हमारे जो सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयां हैं उनको संगठित किया जा सके, उनकी टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन की जा सके, तकनीकी उनको जानकारी दी जा सके, ब्रांड बनाने में, मार्केटिंग करने में उनको लाभ मिल सके। और इसी कार्य के लिए सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयों के लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपए की योजना हम ये लेकर आए हैं, जो क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच होगी। लगभग 2 लाख ऐसी सूक्ष्म खाद्य संस्करण इकाइयों को इससे लाभ मिलेगा। जब 2 लाख को मिलेगा तो समझ लीजिए लाखों लोग जो इससे जुड़े उनको भी रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे और आय के साधन भी बढ़ेंगे। तो किसानों के लिए एक बड़ी बात ये होगी। क्लस्टर बेस पे हमने इसलिए कहा कि मान लीजिए कश्मीर में केसर है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैम्बू शूट्स हैं, आंध्रा में चिल्ली है, उत्तर प्रदेश का आम है, तमिलनाडु का टर्मिक है, ऐसे बिहार का मखाना हो। तो इस सब बातों को लेकर, यानी कि सभी राज्यों को तो आज नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन हर जगह जहाँ जहाँ जो क्लस्टर अप्रोच बनाई जा सकती है, इसके माध्यम से इनकी टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन भी होगी, मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग भी होगी, आय के साधन भी बढ़ेंगे। उस दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए प्रावधान किया गया है।
I go to the third of the 8, which is looking at logistics capacity and other provision of facilities for under the Matsya Sampada Yojana, which was announced during the budget. Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana was announced during the budget, but clearly the amounts and the provisioning and also making sure that critical gaps are getting filled are all now getting through, and we are announcing it for execution immediately. What this would mean is for activities related to marine, inland fisheries and also aquaculture, this money would be provided. We expect it will give employment for about 55 lakhs of people, and it will help in doubling India's export to reach 1 lakh crores. We also hope that this will bring in better standards in traceability, laboratory networks will be provided, fishing vessels, new fishing vessels can be given for fishermen and so on. New fishing harbors can also be built. And during the ban period, in the sense not the COVID ban period, but every year fishermen don't go to the sea during a certain period. At that during that period also, they can get some kind of assistance. So personal boat and insurance for boats, both personal and also both can be insured, insurance will be provided. So this we expect will lead to additional fish production of about 70 lakh tons over the next 5 years. Now everywhere, as I go on, I've done about 3, now I'll go to 4th, 5th and so on. Everywhere, the underlying principle is to empower people, give them resources so that they can produce for themselves and have a livelihood for themselves rather than go only on entitlements. Where entitlements are due, yes, they will be given. But largely, our focus is making sure India stands up on its own. India is able to be helped to stand up on its own, in turn generate more jobs and so on. So you find a lot more giving of empowering people through creation of skills, creation of logistics and so on.
पिछले कल जब हमने 2.5 करोड़ किसानों के लिए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया देने की बात कही थी, तो उसमें मछुआरे और पशुपालकों की बात भी कही थी। उसी दिशा में आज एक और बड़ा कदम है, प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना। इसके माध्यम से इसके लिए हमने 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का ये योजना लेकर आए हैं और इसमें जो कमियां थी पूरी वैल्यू चेन में उसको पूरा करने का एक प्रयास है, ताकि हमारे मछुआरे भाई बहन इनको समुद्री और अंतर्देशीय मत्स्य पालन में इनका सम्मिलित विकास हो सके और उसको बल मिले। 11,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए समुद्री और अंतर्देशीय मत्स्य पालन के लिए, एक्वाकल्चर की गतिविधियों के लिए मिलेगा और 9,000 करोड़ रुपया इसके आधारभूत ढांचे के विकास के लिए, चाहे वो फिशिंग हार्बर हो, कोल्ड चेन हो, मार्केटिंग की सुविधा हो, मंडियों की बात हो, इस सब के लिए उनको 9,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया जाएगा। और इससे हमारी जो फिश प्रोडक्शन है, मछली का उत्पादन है, वो भी अतिरिक्त जो होगा, अतिरिक्त मछली उत्पादन जो होगा वो 70 लाख टन अगले 5 वर्षों में होगा। 55 लाख लोगों को इससे रोजगार मिल पाएगा और 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट होगा, जो लगभग दुगना हो जाएगा। तो आप कल्पना कीजिए कि आने वाले वर्षों में कितना लाभ रोजगार और एक्सपोर्ट यानी कि निर्यात के लिए भी इस योजना के माध्यम से मिलेगा।
We move next to the 4th item of the 8 which I propose to put before you. This is very much just to refer to what from January 20, Pradhan Mantri ji has been looking at the foot and mouth disease of animals. Many of our animals, because they have not been vaccinated, suffered from this foot and mouth disease, as a result of which many of our milk-related produces or dairy or even animals which get infected could not be coming over to the markets. So farmers or animal keepers had a lot of suffering. So in order that we ensure 100% vaccination of all cattle, all buffalo, all sheep, all goat and pig population, nearly 53 crore animals. India is one of the largest livestock bearing country. And therefore, for a country of that size with one of the largest stock of animal with us, FMD has to be eradicated. Therefore, till date, beginning January, in spite of the lockdown difficulties, 1.5 crore cows and buffaloes have been tagged and they have been vaccinated. So traceability can be established. Why am I saying this? This had a commitment of over 13,000 crores from January of this year. That amount is also flowing. And now post the lockdown, in the green zones at least, this work shall continue with great speed. This forms the basis for my next slide, which pertains to animal husbandry and the money which is being allowed for that building of capacities in animal husbandry.
देखा जाए तो दुनिया भर में भारत में सबसे ज़्यादा पशुधन वाले देशों में से एक हैं हम, और गाय हो, भैंस हो, भेड़, बकरी, सुअर हो, ऐसे 53 करोड़ जो पशुओं का, जो एनिमल्स की बात करते हैं, उनके लिए टीकाकरण करने की योजना हम लेकर आए हैं, जिसके ऊपर लगभग 13,343 करोड़ रुपया खर्च होगा। और जो आम भाषा में कहा जाता है कि मुंह पका खुर पका रोग मुक्त हम इनको करेंगे, मुंह पका खुर पका रोग मुक्त हम इनको करेंगे, ऐसे 53 करोड़ पशुओं को इससे निजात मिलेगी। 13,343 करोड़ रुपया इसके ऊपर खर्च होगा। ये फुट एंड माउथ डिसीज से उनको मुक्ति मिलेगी। इससे हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी और मांग बढ़ेगी और स्वीकार्यता बढ़ेगी और इससे हमारे दूध उत्पादन में उसमें भी बढ़ोतरी होगी और पशुओं को भी एक अच्छा जीवन जीने का अवसर मिलेगा.
And if we've created such healthy, vaccinated animals whose traceability is high, and we ensure that the ground is very well laid, animal husbandry, particularly dairy sector, can now really take the advantage of this kind of a activity which Government of India has done. Therefore, 15,000 crores will be spent for dairy infrastructure. This will help, and we also hope that many private investments can also come into this area because it has great potential for export, great potential within India for the market. Various items, whether it is milk or powdered milk or butter, ghee, or even any cheese varieties which we need for domestic or for international consumption, are all possible. So we aim to support private investment also in dairy processing, value addition, and also for cattle feed infrastructure. Cattle feed is a potential area not just for India. Export of cattle feed also has a lot of scope. And therefore, Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund of 15,000 crores is being established, and that can work as, as an incentive. We can also give incentives for establishing of plants, industrial plants for export of niche products, like the way I said, cheese or processed milk or milk powder or cream. Such units will have to be established, which are scientifically done, and standards can be established. So Government of India will also give incentives for such plants which will get established in India, where you have healthy animals, vaccinated animals, good milk being available. So dairy industry.
पशुपालन में भी देश के किसान पीछे नहीं रहे, लेकिन आधारभूत ढांचा वहां पर भी सुधरे और इसीलिए पशुपालन सेक्टर में बुनियादी ढांचा के लिए ये विकास फंड बनाया गया है, जिसको एनिमल हस्बेंड्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड कहा गया. 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान इसमें किया गया है ताकि जो दूध उत्पादन होता है उसकी प्रोसेसिंग करने के लिए इंडस्ट्री लग सके, मूल्य संवर्धन उसमें हो सके, वैल्यू एडिशन हो सके, और जो पशु चारे के लिए प्लांट्स हैं, कैटल फीड प्लांट्स हैं, वो भी बन सके, उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी खड़ा हो सके, ना केवल अपनी आपूर्ति के लिए, स्थानीय मार्केट के लिए, बल्कि एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए भी इसमें बहुत अवसर मिलेंगे. इसके लिए 15,000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड ये पशुपालन सेक्टर के बुनियादी ढांचे के लिए दिया गया है.
I move from here to the sixth point of the 8. Promotion of herbal cultivation. There is a National Medicinal Plants Board. 4,000 crores of rupees is getting allocated for this purpose. This board has already supported 2.25 lakh hectares of area under cultivation for medicinal plants. We think greater 10 lakh, up to 10 lakh hectares will also be brought in for herbal cultivation in the next 2 years with an additional outlay of, with an outlay of 4,000 crore, which is what I'm announcing now. And this will help generate at least 5,000 crores of income for those farmers who are engaged in this cultivation. Additional extents are also being expected to be brought in. But more importantly, we again refer to a speech by the Honorable Prime Minister where he had said on both the banks of the river Ganga, there can be herbal and medicinal plants grown so that it can benefit the local farmers. And these medicinal and herbal plants are now in great demand globally also. So this board will undertake about 800 hectares of area, which will form a corridor along both the sides of river Ganga for growing of herbal and medicinal plants.
हर्बल कल्टीवेशन की प्रमोशन के लिए लगभग 4,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान इस प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से किया जाएगा और 10 लाख हेक्टेयर में इसकी खेती हो पाएगी, इसकी कल्टीवेशन होगी। 10 लाख हेक्टेयर लगभग 25 लाख एकड़ के बराबर है और इससे 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की आय किसानों की होगी। और यही नहीं, जन औषधि का बहुत महत्व भी है और कहीं ना कहीं मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स ने इस कोविड-19 के समय में भी दिखाया है कि कैसे हमारे ट्रेडिशनल ये मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स आज भी बहुत काम सबके आए हैं। तो इसमें और जितनी आगे बढ़ने का अवसर मिलेगा उसका लाभ होगा। रीजनल मंडीज भी, इसके लिए उसका नेटवर्क तैयार किया जाएगा और गंगा के किनारे भी ऐसे हजारों एकड़ में इसको प्लांटेशन की ड्राइव भी चलाई जाएगी।
I move to the 7th of the 8 items which I want to speak about today. This is a small matter but of great eco significance, and it's going to help in agriculture in the future also. As it is in the Western world, we hear a lot of people speak how the disappearing population of the bee, the honey bee, has led to crops now suffering for want of pollination agents. So cross-pollination, through which happens through bees, don't happen that much like before. As a result, beekeeping is an initiative which is recognized globally. It is an amount, but it is not a very big amount when you're comparing several lakhs of crores, but it is an amount which is important that can be at a level of absorption capacity also. 500 crores for beekeeping initiatives, which will benefit 2 lakh beekeepers in the rural areas, and who can then produce ghee. Also, importantly, I'd like to draw your attention, in India today, wax for all purposes, edible, medicinal purposes, are being imported. Even that import of wax can be stopped. It may not be a big item like crude oil, but it is certainly important that the country will have to have its pollination agents, as much as give jobs for the rural women and beekeepers of both the genders, but also look at the way in which imports increase even due to wax. It's a small reference that I'm making, but it is an initiative which will have a ripple effect on the rural economy, and therefore government will implement a scheme for this, which will include marketing, which will include value addition, which will include post-harvest facilities for the beekeepers.
मधुमक्खी पालन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए की ये योजना लेकर आए हैं और इसके माध्यम से 2 लाख से ज़्यादा मधुमक्खी पालकों को उनकी आय में वृद्धि होगी और उपभोक्ताओं को बेहतर शहद भी मिलेगा। और यही नहीं, इसके माध्यम से ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के लिए कृषि आधारित जो मधुमक्खी पालन, ये उनका आय का एक अतिरिक्त साधन भी होगा। जो हमारे किसान हैं उनके लिए भी एक अवसर है। लोकल से ग्लोबल, उस दिशा में भी इसका एक बहुत बड़ा कदम हो सकता है कि ना केवल लोकल मार्केट के लिए, इसको निर्यात के लिए भी एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में देखा जा सकता है।
I move on to the next, the last in this list of 8. From top to total is what I want to refer to. This also is an existing scheme which gets additional 500 crores. Many of the supply chains have been disrupted for the farmers, particularly during the lockdown. Operation Greens is a scheme which is running at the moment to take care of tomatoes, onions and potatoes which are being cultivated, which come to feed the cities, and they've had very serious implication because they are perishable and they had to have distress sales. So farm level support needs to be given, otherwise such distress cannot be prevented. So the scheme features are such that they get 50% subsidy on transportation. They get also 50% subsidy for storage. This is a pilot which we extend for the next 6 months. It will be expanded and also be extended once the pilot phase is cleared. But this is something which has been given an accent now post the lockdown, because during the lockdown, vegetables were perishing, cities were wanting to have it, logistics affected, so there was a break in the value chain.
टॉप टू टोटल योजना में 500 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। ये पहले अगर देखा जाए तो टमाटो, ऑनियन और पोटैटोज़ के लिए दी जाती थी कि आपके लिए टमाटर, प्याज, आलू इनके लिए प्रावधान था, लेकिन अब इसको बाकी सबके लिए भी संकट की घड़ी में जब कोविड-19 के समय इसको 6 महीने के लिए एक पायलट के रूप में देखा जाएगा और इसकी सफलता को देखकर इसको आगे और बढ़ाया जा सकता है। यही नहीं, इससे बल ये मिलेगा कि जो खाद्य पदार्थ नष्ट हो जाते थे, खरीदे नहीं जाते थे या किसान को दबाव में आकर कम मूल्य पर बेचने पड़ते थे, तो उसकी कमाई भी उससे कम होती थी और नुकसान भी होता था। अब इससे किसान को लाभ मिलेगा और ना केवल इसको टमाटर, प्याज और आलू तक सीमित रखा गया है, बाकियों को भी इसको बाकी फल और सब्जियों को भी इसके अंतर्गत लाया गया है। इसमें 50% सब्सिडी जो है वो माल भाड़े पर यानी कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पर दी जाएगी और 50% सब्सिडी जो है वो स्टोरेज, अगर भंडारण करना होगा तो उसके लिए, इंक्लूडिंग कोल्ड स्टोरेज, यानी कि कोल्ड स्टोरेज में भी रखना होगा तो उसके लिए भी 50% सब्सिडी इसमें दी जाएगी ताकि वो अच्छे दाम पर समय आने पर बेच सके।
I move over to speaking about the governance and administrative reform related matters now. There are 3 of them, and I go to the first one, which relates to Essential Commodities Act. The Essential Commodities Act is an act which exists from 1955. This is an act which is very important, especially when it was promulgated during those days where food shortages were common. Indian farmers were trying to produce but not adequately because of the agricultural impetus which was needed was just then beginning to be given. But however, when in 1955 it was passed and subsequently also we had lived in days of shortages. Now what is happening is farmers are producing, there's abundance of crop. This abundance of crop sometimes also leads to issues because they would want to export. We don't permit them to export because we want to be sure that India prices don't go up. And because of a flip-flop, sometimes farmers don't get the benefit, some other times the consumers suffer. So this Essential Commodities Act requires an amendment. And that amendment will largely be towards making sure that cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions and potatoes will be completely deregulated. And therefore, unless there's an extraordinary situation, there will not be a requirement to invoke this Essential Commodities Act. Stock limits to be imposed will be imposed only under exceptional circumstances such as national calamities or famine, or if there's a huge surge in prices. Otherwise, there is no need for invoking it. So to that extent, limited to that extent, we would like to amend the Essential Commodities Act. No such stock limit shall apply for processors, because today value addition happens at the doorstep of the food processors. Suppose he's kept stocks, and if the Essential Commodities Act comes into force, even his premises are raided and a whole lot of explanation is asked for. Even for food processing industry, it becomes a problem. So no stock limit shall apply to processors or value chain participants or subject to the installed capacity. If they keep a certain quantity, that should be all right. Beyond the capacity is a different issue. So any exporter also will be given that facility so that export demand is not affected. Farmers' prices can be not affected due to uncertainty created by this. So there will be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act. The first of the 3 reforms.
कृषि क्षेत्र में प्रतिस्पर्धा बढ़ाने के लिए और निवेश बढ़ाने के लिए ताकि किसान को और ज़्यादा दाम अच्छे मिल सकें, इसके लिए उस कानून में बदलाव लाया जा रहा है जो 1955 से है। इसेंशियल कमोडिटीज़ एक्ट आवश्यक वस्तुओं के लिए जो बनाया गया था, कहने के लिए इसमें बदलाव होगा, लेकिन जैसे एमएसएमई की परिभाषा में बदलाव करके एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव उस क्षेत्र में आया है, उसी तरह से इस बदलाव से किसानों की आय में बढ़ोतरी की बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बढ़ जाती हैं। जो कहीं ना कहीं उसको कम दाम पर बेचने के लिए एक तरह से रुकना पड़ता था, कई और इसके नुकसान भी होते थे, अब उसके लिए भी इसमें अवसर निकल कर आएंगे, जिससे आपके तिलहन की बात हो, दलहन की बात हो, प्याज हो, आलू हो, ऐसे या सीरियल्स की बात हम की जाए, इन सब में इनको अवनियमित किया जाएगा, डीरेगुलेट किया जाएगा, जिससे कि किसानों को लाभ मिल सके। और अगर 100% वृद्धि खुदरा दाम में होती है जो हॉर्टिकल्चर के प्रोड्यूस हैं, या 50% की वृद्धि होती है जो गैर नाशवान पदार्थ हैं, नॉन पेरिशेबल हैं, तो उस समय में कदम उठाए जा सकते हैं। ऐसे एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टांसेस होते हैं तो उस समय में, और जो लोग फूड प्रोसेसिंग में हैं उनके लिए ऐसी कोई स्टॉक लिमिट ना हो जिससे कि उनके कामकाज में भी कोई प्रभाव ना पड़े और वैल्यू चेन में भी कोई उसका नुकसान ना हो, और निर्यात करने वालों को भी कहीं पर दिक्कत ना आए।
We move to the second.
लेकिन राष्ट्रीय आपदा और सूखा ऐसी कोई परिस्थितियां आती हैं तो उस समय में सरकार समय समय पर कदम उठा सकती है। Thank you.
Sorry. I move to the next, the second of the three reforms. This is related to farmers and farmers getting adequate choice to sell their produce at an attractive price. We shall bring a central law so that farmers will be able to have the choice to sell his produce at an attractive price. He has no barriers in interstate trade. So the interstate trade at the moment is restricted. It should be barrier free. We also want to make sure there is a framework for him to have his produce e-traded. He should be able to engage in e-trading of his produce. So a certain amount, at the moment you know that he sells his produce only to licensees, holders of license, and this restriction has been one of the reasons why he is not able to find a fair price. Whilst I'll just give you one comparison. No other producer of any other produce in the manufacturing sector, for instance, is compelled to have to sell to only a certain set of licensees. Why should only farmers be restricted in selling his produce to only some licensees and not be open to sell it to whoever he wants to sell? So we want to give farmers the choice so that he'll be able to sell his products at an attractive price, have no barriers in interstate movement, and make sure that he is able to e-trade. So a central law is being proposed.
जहां किसानों की आय दुगना करने के लिए मोदी जी की सरकार ने संकल्प लिया है, वहीं पर ये कदम उस दिशा में उठाए भी जा रहे हैं ताकि किसान या कृषि क्षेत्र एक अकेला ऐसा देखा जाता है जहां पर लाइसेंसी जो है उन्हीं को उनको सामान बेचना है, एपीएमसी के माध्यम से बेचना है, जिनके पास बाकी लाइसेंस है वहां तक सीमित रहना है, जबकि बाकी क्षेत्रों में ऐसा होता नहीं है। किसान को भी बेहतर दाम मिल पाए और अंतर्राज्यीय व्यापार भी इससे उनका हो आने वाले समय में, उसमें भी कोई दिक्कत ना आए, इसके लिए जो कानूनी व्यवस्था करनी पड़ेगी वो भी करेंगे और उसके उत्पादन के लिए, उसकी फसल के लिए उसको उचित मूल्य मिले, उस दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम ये उठाया गया है। और मुझे लगता है कि जो पिछला हमने एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज एक्ट की बात कही और अभी इस कदम की बात कर रहे हैं, जो एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग रिफॉर्म्स की बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें बदलाव लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, इनसे बहुत बड़ा बल किसानों को मिलने वाला है। इस देश के करोड़ों किसान जिनको बेहतर आमदन हो सकती है इन बदलाव के कारण।
the last of governance and administrative related reforms today. Of the total 11 things that I said, 3 of them relate to reform related measures. The third is we find that farmers do not have a standard mechanism which can be enforced for him to get a predictable price, a predictable sale of his produce, even before he starts sowing. So at the time of sowing, he goes in with uncertainties. He sows. If he's lucky and no monsoon or no other disaster reaches him, he's able to produce his produce, but doesn't get the right price, but doesn't know how much of it can be sold. So in order to bring in a certain certainty, which is obtainable prior to his sowing, well before every season, if he can be given a certain kind of a assured price return quantity, it will lead to a lot of fairness for the farmer. So we want to bring in a facilitative legal framework. Government of India will move in that direction to enable farmers for engaging with processors, food processors for instance, aggregators, large retailers and exporters, so that they will be able to fix their own fair price, be sure that he can certainly export, and also in the process benefit from better technology, better seeds, better assistance from the person who's going to buy it from him. So we would want to have an assurance in produce, in price, and in quantity given to a farmer each time before he goes to sow his seeds. Rabi or Kharif, he should have well in advance an assurance of how much he would get for his crop, what is going to get sold, and what standard is he expected to produce. A legal framework is what we'll work at.
किसानों के लिए सुविधाजनक एक ऐसा कानूनी ढांचा बनाने के लिए कि जिसमें जब वो बुआई करने जाता है तब उसको पता नहीं कि फसल के समय उसको क्या दाम मिलने वाला है, तो निश्चित आय उसकी हो, एश्योर्ड रिटर्न्स हो, इसके लिए क्या किया जाए, जोखिम रहित खेती कैसे हो या उसकी आय कैसे बेहतर हो सके, और गुणवत्ता के मानकीकरण जो है उनको बनाने की बात यहाँ पर कही गई है इस टोटल फ्रेमवर्क में, जिससे कुल मिलाकर किसान के जीवन में सुधार भी आएगा, आय को भी बल मिलेंगे, और कहीं ना कहीं वो प्रोसेसर से, एग्रीगेटर से, बड़े खुर्दा व्यापारियों के साथ, निर्यातकों के साथ एक निष्पक्ष भाव के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ काम कर सकता है, ताकि किसान का उत्पीड़न ना हो। इस दिशा में कदम उठाया गया कि उसको एक ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क बनाकर दिया जाए कि कोई भोले भाले किसान का उत्पीड़न ना करे, भोले भाले मेहनती किसान का उत्पीड़न ना हो। उस दिशा में ये जोखिम रहित ऐसा कानून बनाकर दिया जाएगा ताकि उसको आय के साधन भी मिले, निश्चित आय भी मिले, और उसका उत्पीड़न भी ना हो। उस दिशा में कदम उठाए जाएंगे। रिफॉर्म्स उस दिशा में ये कदम है।
Thank you. I've completed my today's.
Friends, we can take some questions. लेकिन अपने क्वेश्चन जो है वो 3 दिन की जो ब्रीफिंग हुई वहाँ तक लिमिटेड रखिए, क्योंकि किसी को मालूम नहीं अभी मैडम अगले 2 दिन में क्या कवर करेंगे. So please limit your questions for 3 days briefing only. Okay, number 15.
नमस्कार, मैं जितेंद्र तिवारी, हिंदुस्तान समाचार से। ये समर्थ भारत, या जिसको हम कहेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो योजना बनाई और जितनी भी घोषणाएं हुई हैं वो बहुत अच्छी हैं, और अमेरिका से लेकर हम लगभग चौथी ऐसे देश हैं कि जिसने जीडीपी का 10% दिया है। लेकिन समस्या यहाँ ये आती है कि भारत में जिस तरह की व्यवस्थाएं, जो आपकी योजनाएं हैं, घोषणाएं हैं, वो नीचे तक पहुँचने में बहुत समय लगाती हैं, और जो अफसरशाही और भ्रष्टाचार है वो उसको वहाँ तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होने दे पाता है। लोगों तक उस जो तबका है उसको इन योजनाओं का लाभ मिले, उसके लिए क्या एक मैकेनिज्म है। दूसरा कि पूरा इस समय हम देखते हैं कि ग्लोबल में एक प्रो चाइना, एक एंटी चाइना है, तो हम जिस तैयारी में लगे हैं उसके लिए जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए इस देश को, और जिस तरह की इस सब सिचुएशन है, तो उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने क्या कोई रणनीति, कोई योजना बनाई है?
आप सही प्रश्न पूछे और मैं सिर्फ इस स्टेज में यही बोल सकती हूँ अश्योरेंस के नाते कि उज्ज्वला स्कीम, घर घर बिजली और ऐसे कार्यक्रम जनता तक पहुंचने के लिए पिछले 4 साल में आपने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देखा कि कैसे जो बोला गया है वो लास्ट तक, किसान हो, गरीब हो, जनधन योजना के द्वारा जो पैसा मिलना है ये सब भी घर घर तक पहुंच गए। आप लोग भी मीडिया से भी इसका आप ही जाकर के ग्राउंड लेवल में टेस्ट भी किए, वो सही भी है, टेस्ट करिए। पहुंचाना, इसमें आप मोदी जी के सरकार के अचीवमेंट्स आपको मालूम है। इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में लास्ट पॉइंट तक ध्यान देते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी, इसीलिए इन प्रोग्राम जो हम अनाउंस कर रहे हैं अभी उसमें भी ऐसे ही ध्यान रखकर, जैसे आप सही पूछ रहे, ग्राउंड तक पहुंचना है, नहीं तो असर नहीं दिखेगा और जनता को उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। इसीलिए इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में हम जरूर ध्यान देंगे। और सेकंड आपका प्रश्न था कि चाइना वगैरह कि हमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का ग्राउंड में नेसेसिटी है, वो सब कैसे, अगर वो सब नहीं है तो कैसे आएगा इंडस्ट्री। ज़्यादातर पिछले 3 दिन से जो मैं अनाउंसमेंट करते आ रही हूँ उनमें आप शायद पहचाना भी होंगे कि ज़्यादातर ग्राउंड में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए ही अनाउंसमेंट्स हो रही है। आज भी आप अगर ध्यान से देखें तो किसान के लिए ग्राउंड लेवल में स्टोरेज हो, लॉजिस्टिक्स हो, कोल्ड स्टोरेज हो, इन सब के लिए भी ध्यान देकर के ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाने के लिए ही ज्यादातर पैसा हम अलॉट कर रहे हैं।
9.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Aftab from Reuters. Just wanted to understand, ma'am, these schemes that you have announced, milk, matsya, foot and mouth disease, all of these were also mentioned in the budget. So today, the funding that you have allotted, is it additional to the budget or this is part of that or front loading?
Yes, I've myself said where it has been mentioned in the budget. I've also mentioned here that this was mentioned in the budget, but amounts are being released now. And where more than what was announced in the budget, additional money is being given, even that has been specifically mentioned by me. So the material which gets distributed, if you probably have a look at it, you'll know that what has been claimed as additional is also claimed as additional. But where it is not claimed as additional, of course you're right, it was mentioned in the budget, and that's being also now moved to the ground. After all, when was the budget? After all, when was the budget? February, wasn't it?
हेलो मैम, मैं अनिल बोल रहा हूँ न्यूज़ 18 से इधर। मैम, हम हर साल देखते हैं अक्टूबर नवंबर के माह में प्याज और टमाटर की कीमतें बिल्कुल 80 रुपये 100 रुपये तक पहुँच जाती है, कभी बार 150 रुपये तक भी हमने देखा। तो क्या ऐसा कोई प्रावधान सरकार कर सकती है कि साल में जब भी ऐसे समय आते हैं उसको कंट्रोल किया जा सके, उपलब्धता बढ़ाई जा सके?
ज़्यादातर प्याज और ऐसे पेरिशेबल सीजनल जो आता है, ऐसे कमोडिटीज़ के लिए चर्चा बहुत हुई है और उसके लिए बहुत स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ हम बहुत कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं कि उनका स्टोरेज बेटर रहो, उनका ड्राई करने के लिए प्रोसेसेस, साइंटिफिकली टेस्टेड प्रोसेसेस ले आए और उसका जब हो सकता है विदाउट पॉलिसी फ्लिप फ्लॉप एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए प्रावधान करें। इन सब के ऊपर जरूर काम हो रही है।
154, that's right side. 154.
Do you want to answer? Do you want to answer?
I think the Constitution gives it clearly. The central law will prevail over. If it's a concurrent subject, if the law of the state is not in consonance with the central law, unless the center gives its approval to that, the central law will prevail in a concurrent situation. So in this case, it's a major reform which is being done, that the farmer is being allowed to sell his produce to whomever, to wherever he wants to. And interstate also is being allowed. So this will help in reducing the prices and also help in creating infrastructure.
Just to add, interstate trade is a central subject. Please take note of that also.
50 was mentioned there, that it's just important for the farmer also to have a choice if he wants to sell it to some other state. And interstate, since it comes under the central provision, a direct central law will be made so that the farmer has that option.
See, ENAM is an existing facility which functions within the existing statutory framework. When a new enabling legal framework comes up, the scope of ENAM and its ability to transact will be much wider.
52, yeah.
मैम प्रणय उपाध्याय फ्रॉम एबीपी न्यूज़। मैम अभी तक आप जितना भी प्रोसेस और जितनी भी प्लानिंग कर रहे थे वो 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के गोल को लेके कर रहे थे। इस कोविड क्राइसिस के बाद क्या कोई असेसमेंट है कि हम उस टारगेट को बाय 2024 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के टारगेट पे ऑन ट्रैक हैं, या ये जो मेजर्स किए हैं आपने इससे वो गोल कितना अचीवेबल होता है या कहाँ डिफरेंस है?
अभी मेरा ध्यान कोविड के वजह से जहां अपॉर्चुनिटी है, जहां आवश्यकता है इंटरवेंशन करने के लिए, आवश्यकता इसीलिए कि अगर वैल्यू चेन टूटा पड़ा है उसको रेस्टोर करने के लिए, एंटरप्राइजेस को फर्दर लिक्विडिटी का आवश्यकता है तो उसको एक्सटेंड करने के लिए, और इस बहाने और इस संदर्भ में अगर चैलेंज को हम अपॉर्चुनिटी के नाते सिस्टम को इंप्रूव करने के लिए, टेक्नोलॉजी ले आने के लिए ये मौका मिलता है और उससे जनता को सुविधा है, किसान को सुविधा है, हम क्यों ना ले आए? इसीलिए अपॉर्चुनिटी इज बीइंग आइडेंटिफाइड फॉर बोथ वेयर हेल्प इज नीडेड and where newer technology driven options can be brought in. Both are being attended to. So at this stage we are concentrating on that.
25.
Ma'am, the former Finance Minister Chidambaram has said that you are including the liquidity-related measures or monetary stimulus with the fiscal stimulus package. And where in the world it is being included in the fiscal stimulus package? So your thought?
First, I'll give you an opening remark. The details can be had from the secretaries. We also look at how the world has been claiming what they're doing. We've also gone into the details of looking at who's included what stimulus into their package announcement. And so, for an example, when we are announcing ours, and incidentally, if I'm saying tax refunds are being given, we are not including tax refunds. And if you had noticed during my presentation, I said it's your money, the taxpayers' money. I'm giving that back to you. Only that I'm not delaying, I'm not sitting over it. I'm not going to spread it over the year. I will give it to you now because money should reach your hands now. And I did mention even then that tax refund monies have not gone into our calculation in claiming what we are giving as a stimulus. So every way possible, I try to explain some things which I announce now with a larger intention of reaching money in the hands of people, their money maybe, but clearly saying it's their money, it's not mine. Thinking that, obviously you have understood, that when I say it's your money, I certainly can't account for it. And when I say it's your money, I knowingly say it is your money. But would you want to add?
Yes. It is unfortunately not correct.
The facts are that most countries' packages, the way they are being reported in the press, including in the international press, are a combination of actual fiscal outgoes and liquidity provisions. This is the fact. For example, there is one country that gave out what is called a 15% package, which a lot of people talk about. Please look at it. 14.9% of it was liquidity. So it is not as if only one part of a package is counted. The way this is being counted is being given to you accurately. There is a mix of fiscal impulses and liquidity provision, and almost every country in the world counts it this way. Some have counted some things, left out some things, but it is not as if it is only we who are counting it this way. This is in fact the way most of the countries are counting it. Please do some research. If you want, I can send you some links.
35.
I would just add this to say that the numbers that are being given, we are actually telling you what is liquidity and what is going to the budget. The important thing today to understand is also that the liquidity is also helping the stress sector in trying to come out of that stress. So what is the objective of doing that? One way could be to give the money from the budget. The other is whether we could do it through a process which is different. And so the objective also needs to be kept in view.
Ma'am, there is one online question. Since agriculture produce marketing is a state subject, can center bring law on it?
Already. The aspects that we are talking about come in the center's list, because particularly when it refers to interstate related matters, it has to be governed by a central legislation.
40. Yeah, 35, please carry.
मैम मैं मनीष कुमार न्यूज़ 24 से हूँ। मैम मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपने परसों जब एमएसएमईज़ के लिए ऐलान किया, उसमें कहा 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए का आपने प्रावधान किया। ये भी कहा कि केंद्र सरकार या पीएसयूज़ के जो बकाए हैं, एमएसएमईज़ के जो उनके बकाए हैं, करीब उसको 45 दिनों में वापस कर दिया जाएगा। नितिन गडकरी साहब जो कि इस विभाग के मंत्री, उन्होंने कहा कि 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए एमएसएमईज़ के बकाए हैं। ये कितना चिंताजनक स्थिति है, क्योंकि आप इतने बड़ा राहत पैकेज भी उनको दे रहे हैं। उनको जल्द से जल्द पैसा दिलाने के लिए केंद्र सरकार कैसे सुनिश्चित करेगी, क्योंकि ये विपक्ष भी इस पर लेकर सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
मैं सोमनाथन जी जो एक्सपेंडिचर सेक्रेटरी है, उनसे डिटेल जवाब दे के लिए बोलती हूँ। बट एक विषय, पिछले अक्टूबर से आपको याद होगा, अभी सोमनाथन जी एक्सपेंडिचर सेक्रेटरी है, इससे पहले मुर्मू जी थे। उनके समय से हम लगातार डिपार्टमेंट वाइज और डिपार्टमेंट के संबंधित पीएसयू वाइज क्या बकाया है, पर्टिकुलरली फॉर एमएसएमई, इसका आंकड़ा लेके हर डिपार्टमेंट से समय समय पर बात करके उनसे जितने भी बकाये है उसको क्लियर करने के लिए कदम उठाते आ रहे हैं। सिर्फ जो लिटिगेटेड है उसको क्लियर ना करते हुए बाकी सबका क्लियर करने का प्रयत्न हमारे तरफ से होते आ रही है। और मुर्मू जी के बाद अभी सोमनाथन जी जो आए हैं, उनके साथ बैठ करके मैं 3 बार चर्चा कर चुकी हूं कि कितने बकाया है उसको तुरंत क्लियर करते जाओ। ये प्रोसेस लगातार चलते आ रही है, क्योंकि ये अक्यूमुलेटेड एक है और जो अभी का ड्यूज है जो कंटिन्यूसली होता है, ये दोनों को हैंडल करना है। मगर सोमनाथन जी प्लीज।
पहले बात यह है कि अगर आप माननीय मंत्री जी के स्टेटमेंट को इफ यू रीड इट इन ग्रेट डिटेल, ही सेड द फिगर ऑफ ड्यूज is from center, states and corporates. Let me emphasize that. Please see the statement very carefully. Secondly, as far as the dues from the central government and central public sector enterprises are concerned, as the Honorable Minister said, we've been reviewing them very intensively. As of 31st March 2020, the dues from the 26 top central public sector enterprises to micro, small and medium enterprises was rupees 773 crores. If you include the dues of defense establishments, railways, and the departmental undertakings, as of now, the dues from the central government and from central public sector undertakings are less than 10,000 crores. So the figure of 5 lakh crores is an aggregation of many things. Central government is only one of them, and the dues from the central government currently are less than 10,000 crores. We have verified that the vast majority of this due is not overdue. It's within the 45-day working capital cycle prescribed in the MSME Act. So I would like this clarification to be please taken on.
40.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna here from CNBC. Ma'am, you have announced this 1 lakh crore infra fund for farmers, the first announcement of the new measures. Could you help us understand how this will be set up? Where will the funding come from? What's the time period that we are looking at? That's one, ma'am. And second, ma'am, just a reiteration of the earlier question that was asked, that, you know, we are still not very clear as to how much of the announcements, I mean, the sense for today, the couple of sectors that you announced, big numbers, ma'am, there. We are still not very clear how much of that is new and how much of that is existing in the budget. If you could just help us on that, ma'am. Thank you very much. Ma'am, there are a couple of them.
I've already told you about this breakup. I mean, I request you all to listen to all the 5 announcements and then please see. And I've also said, Honorable Prime Minister has himself said 20 lakh crores every day. What's a breakup? What's a breakup? Excuse me. Get into the details. We've done a lot of work. The whole ministry, various departments have spent hours so that the inputs which have come are taken on, studied, analyzed, see where we can fit it in. And therefore, I'm taking a lot of your time. Today, I'm grateful MOS also together with me made sure that our press conference wouldn't exceed 5 o'clock because we didn't want to burden you with details. So greater details, you can have it from us in printed form or through your mails. I do not want to take more time explaining it, but as regards the money and the breakup, whether it's budgetary, post-budget, I've also answered earlier the question which came from Reuters. So you will get it.
Okay. Okay, I think Madam has explained in detail.
You will get it, you will get it. I don't want to take more of your time here.
This side from CNBC TV 18. We understand the intent of the government is towards addressing the challenges today and what can improve on for a better future. But today, what people are expecting is how can they deal with the challenge that they are seeing because of COVID-19 today? They need money in their hands today to survive. It's about survival for today, for a better tomorrow to be seen tomorrow. So what is it that the government is doing to help them today?
Couple of hours after, sorry? We've been taking inputs and based on that we're working. PM Garib Kalyan was a package which was announced a couple of hours after the lockdown was imposed. It had monies going. 500 rupees for women in the Jan Dhan account for 3 months. Was money given? Was money given? May not be adequate, I grant that. Nothing can be adequate at this time, particularly when people are cut off, when people are staying put in their house, when people don't have their monies earned, given to them, with their salaries not coming in. Nothing can be adequate. I grant that. But the first thing that we announced was to give money to people, give gas if they have to cook food in their house, LPG, so that they don't go running saying, where will I get the fuel to cook food for my children? Give them free grains. We did do that. And we've also given some more yesterday, grains and so on. And for those who can benefit from EPF, they're also taking money from their, that's their money. I'm not claiming it's mine. But we are trying to, as much as possible, extend. So there are enough such money which is going, I mean, not adequate, I grant it. Oh, finance minister said enough money is gone. No. I'm not saying there's enough given. But yes, we are doing that too.
Last question,
You want to add something?
Just to answer to the question Sapna ji raised from CNBC, this 1 lakh crore for the Agri Infra Fund will be at NABARD. They will raise this 1 lakh crore for funding the infrastructure in agriculture.
मैम मैं मोनिका जी बिजनेस से मैम मेरा सवाल है कि ये अभी तक आपने जितने जो मेजर्स अनाउंस करे हैं उसको रोल आउट करने की जो फाइनल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो बैंकों और नाबार्ड पर आएगी, तो क्या उनको रिकैपिटलाइज करने के लिए आपने कोई नीति बनाई है, क्योंकि उन पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आ जाएगा। साथ ही ये जो आने वाला साल है इसमें क्या हम फर्दर मर्जर एंड कंसोलिडेशन देखेंगे?
अभी उन सभी विषयों में कुछ कहना का नहीं है। बजट के समय जो बोलना है आने वाले साल के ऊपर 2020, 2021 के ऊपर हमने बोल दिया।
मैम साथ ही मेरा दूसरा सवाल है कि ये कॉपरेटिव्स जो आपने स्लाइड दिखाई थी उसके हिसाब से है कि एक दिन में कॉपरेटिव्स ने जो मिल्क प्रोक्योर किया था वो 560 लाख लीटर्स पर डे है और जो सेल हुआ है वो है 360 लाख लीटर पर डे। तो जो बैलेंस 200 लीटर्स पर डे है उसको क्या किसी ऑल्टरनेटिव यूज के लिए?
I would okay.
It's converted into milk powder for which working capital is required, for which these facilities were provided.
Thank you very much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a third set of announcements that have come in from the Finance Minister. This was a third press briefing that was held, and the focus for today was agriculture and allied activities, where announcements were made. So just a quick highlight of what were the important announcements made today. First off, the announcement of a 1 lakh crore agriculture infrastructure fund that has been announced, which will be created immediately, and essentially this will help to boost agriculture infrastructure in several areas. There's also been an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act. So essentially cereals, pulses, edible oils, onions, potatoes will all be deregulated, and stock limits will only apply under exceptional circumstances. A central law has been proposed to help farmers sell produce to ensure that farmers get a better price. So essentially this law will remove any kind of interstate barriers that farmers may face, so they have their choice of where they want to sell the produce, and a legal framework will be put in place to ensure that farmers actually get a good price. Some also announcements coming in to push to ensure and upgrade storage and supply chain as well for fruits and vegetables, and subsidies being given for that as well. Let me quickly go across to Managing Editor Vinay Tiwari and Tanvi Shukla, both who are joining me right now. Vinay, to you first, your takeaways and assessment from this. Some important announcements being made, but once again, you know, a lot of things are being proposed, like the central law is being proposed. The fund has to, of course, be created. The Essential Commodities Act will have to be amended. So a lot will still take time in actually getting implemented and benefiting the farmers.
Yes, and I think first things first, I think it's safe now to say that these announcements are not just liquidity booster doses that are being proposed by the government. They are structural policy reforms that are being announced. So it's almost like a amendment of the budget that was presented earlier, because remember, a lot of things that the government today has spoken about are all already part of the finance bill that was presented earlier. They are part of the budgetary reforms. The entire farm gate infrastructure proposal that is there was part of that as well. I think for the first time today they have accepted that the government is not only doing liquidity, but there are also fiscal changes, and that they are also saying that there are the variations are actually being mentioned in the documents. I guess we'll have to read those documents to figure out what's the actual capital enhancement in terms of allocations, or a speedier release of the funds, or the time period for which those funds were meant for is being sped up. That we will have to see. But the fact remains that when the Prime Minister spoke about 20 lakh crore, a lot of it was existing schemes and provisions that are being spoken about. But having said that, I think I'm particularly a little more keen and interested in two of the provisions that were announced today, because they are something that actually should have happened 10 years ago in this country. Because for my life, I haven't understood why agriculture remains the only produce in this country, the only thing that anyone produces for revenue or money in return, where nothing is allowed to the person who's producing it. The person cannot choose where to sell. The person cannot choose at what price to sell, and the person cannot choose when to sell. All of it is actually prescribed by the government, and that is what is meant when I say that the farmers today do not have the capability and are bound by the APMC Act, which different states have implemented. Now, the announcement that there will be a central law, which obviously will override the state laws, which will allow interstate sale of produce, is welcome, because obviously this will help the farmer in getting a better price. I mean, you know, Avni, that on Mirror Now itself, we run stories virtually every year on how Nashik, for instance, the state where we are currently located in Maharashtra, the onion farmers get very, very low farm produce prices, sometimes as low as 1 rupee per kg, even as the people in a city like Mumbai are possibly paying 35 or 40 rupees per kg. Now, that was also happening because those farmers do not have the ability to sell this anywhere else. They're not allowed by law. So obviously dumping happens. Now, once you have a law which overrides the APMC laws in the state, that pricing mechanism correction for the farmer should improve. And that's something that should have been done, as I said earlier, and it's good that it's now being done. I think the other very important announcement that was made today was an amendment in the Essential Commodities Act, because deregulating some of the key things like oilseeds or pulses or potato or onion, again will have an impact on the pricing mechanism, which sometimes goes invariably low and below the barrier as well. I think, you know, in the media, a lot gets talked about when the pricing goes up in cities, especially during seasonal changes when they happen, but not enough is talked about when they actually go below a particular threshold. Because for the last mile consumer like you and me, who lives in a city or in a suburban colony in a city, for us the price differential is not there at the retail level. But for the farmer, the prices really drop dramatically in certain seasons, and that's the time when, you know, they should not be put into this regulated category where they actually cannot sell it where the demand is, including for exports, for instance. So those two for me are very key reform measures, but they're really reform measures. They're not really, you know, a booster medicine or a booster dose fiscal measure, Avni.
Yes, absolutely, Vinay, and that's really the point that, you know, even critics have been pointing out. Tanvi, you know, even these announcements that we heard today, even though some of them are extremely critical and perhaps should have been done earlier, it's still not going to help solve the problem of here and now, because what today requires is solutions that will help people and the hardships that are going through now, which somehow we still haven't seen.
Yes, and Avni, for those, you know, that they're looking at immediate smaller relief measures. For example, they've announced interest subvention schemes, availability of more loans, smaller loans for the farmer sector and for the poor as well. But just to take up from the point that Vinay was making, and the fact that some of these structural reforms should have come a while ago. In fact, for the BJP itself, and I've said it again and again, their promise to the people in 2013, in the run-up to the 2014 general election, was this change in APMC law, these structural agricultural reforms that they are finally now again announcing, and hopefully this time, you know, it gets implemented quickly enough. But the fact that they're saying that they will change the agricultural marketing laws to ensure that the farmers have the choice to sell where they want to, even outside of their own state. The fact that they're saying they will change the restrictions within the Essential Commodities Act will ensure that the farmers also get better prices for their produce. So this is actually a long-awaited set of announcements that the government is now making it and utilizing this time to do so. And hopefully, if it gets implemented properly, it will impact and benefit the farmers. The other part, and perhaps that part should have happened before these changes were brought in, but to enable these law changes and what they will translate on ground, you need cold storage, you need a good supply chain, a very strong supply chain, you need a cold chain, storage facilities, so that you get, you can use this farm produce properly across states. That 1 lakh crore fund that has now been announced, again, in some parts the government has been building on that agricultural infrastructure, but this will also help us. Like you said, these are the steps that in the long run will benefit. There are other smaller steps that in the past few days she has announced, including interest relief of more availability of funds, special funds that are being set up. Those are the ones that are hopefully going to bring in relief in the immediate term. So even when Nirmala Sitharaman started today, Avni, she said that I'm going to make these announcements, but I want you to keep in mind that this is in addition to what has been already said in reference to the agriculture sector. Suffice to say that the central law change will be very, very important, and they clarified on that if the central law changes, it will be implemented across the states, it will be valid across the states. And so two key things do remain from today's news briefing: the Essential Commodities Act change and the proposal for a new central law. Essentially what everybody in many ways had been saying, APMC reforms. Some part of that I sense is what has been addressed today.
Yes, absolutely, Tanvi. And Vinay, coming back to you, she also, did take a pause in the middle and clarified that these measures are something that are being done to empower people, and the aim is not simply to put money into the hands of people, but to ensure that they're empowered and that they can earn a livelihood for themselves. So just coming back to the point of, what people have been saying in terms of money is not being given directly into the hands of people right now, this was her answer to that.
Yes, and look, I think it's very clear that the government's way out of this, and this will remain, I think, whatever way they've chosen out, this will remain the eternal controversy. It's pretty certain now that there is no cash allocation that is being made directly to people. There is no DBT in terms of people getting cash in their accounts. That's not going to happen. It's very clear. You've seen 3 days out of the 5 that now the briefings have happened, and there is no, there is no announcement on that, and it's unlikely it will happen now. So the point is, this shall now remain the eternal debate, because a lot of people are actually arguing that the real crisis right now, because of the lockdown, remember all these measures were supposedly being announced because we were in a lockdown mode, and for almost 50 days or so, the country hasn't moved, the economy hasn't moved, the migrant workers haven't got jobs, people are sitting at homes and they have no earning. So obviously the idea was, or the belief was, that there is an emergent and a very here and now crisis that a large section of Indians have, and they need some kind of a bailout to tide over the immediate problem. Now, the jury is now out on whether these measures are going to address the immediate problem and to how much and to what extent. You've seen a couple of state chief ministers already being a little critical, especially of the opposition states, of the fact that they don't think that these measures are going to help people in the short run. And obviously, with no real liquidity in their hands, there are, of course, institutional and structural supports that have been announced. How much they will help? And I think somebody asked that question in the press conference, which is very essential and very important. We spoke about this yesterday as well, that policy measures require the government's machinery to be actually efficient and non-corrupt. You require the bureaucrats and the bureaucracy down the line to be able to implement schemes and policies. So their efficacy becomes very important the minute you use a policy or a structural route to try and solve a problem. Now, how much will that happen? And in equal measure across states or not is a question mark. Some states may be able to utilize that well, some may not be. Also remember, a lot of the policies announcements that have been done over the last 3 days or so, some of those policies are already in place in certain states. Some states have their own schemes which are very similar in nature to what the government has announced. So there is a little bit of a question mark over that, and I'm sure that this will now remain the debate for the next few days or so on whether these measures are going to be solving the here and now problem over and above the more structural problem that we have in terms of our economy, Avni.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, Tanvi, you spoke to the Jharkhand Chief Minister today itself, and he pointed out exactly this, the fact that, how there is, so far at least till yesterday, there was nothing substantial that was announced in these measures, and it's not really going to help the here and now of the problem like Vinay was talking about.
Yes, to get money in their hands is a completely different challenge here. Mr. Hemant Soren referred to the fact that the free ration that they have announced, many states are already implementing it and giving that free ration, and it's over and above that we need to do. And so, like he said, it's highly unlikely that that kind of a relief will come anymore. But what the government is doing is utilizing this time to bring in larger reforms that will help Avni ease the pain in the coming months. If the farmers have had a bad season already, the last harvest season has now come and gone, and obviously it's not going to turn out very great for them because of the lockdown that was implemented at that point of time, and they are going to face those hardships in the coming months. The debt will begin to rise, the next crop will become extremely important, and where they sell it and what prices they get. And so keeping in mind the fact that the government has finally decided to amend the Essential Commodities Act to help for better prices, whether it's for cereals or edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions, potatoes, things that she was counting out, is extremely important. And the APMC reforms, a long overdue. If they're using this opportunity to do it, I think it's a good thing. Either which ways it should have been done, and it's now being brought in. Essentially, the Agricultural Produce Market Committee, or APMC as we call it, kind of restricts the farmers from being able to sell their produce outside of certain markets, and they can only sell it to these licensed APMC markets that we have. That now is what they're looking to take away, to say let's cut down on these barriers, and the farmers should have the freedom to see where they're getting a better pricing and how quickly and how easily they can get their produce to those places and get the best price out of it. So those are the things that the government has looked at, and these changes will relatively be faster to implement than the other big announcement that they made about the 1 lakh crore fund for the agricultural infrastructure. Again, those are the things that take a lot of time. In bits and pieces, the government has done it so far, but it is right now imperative that you give that big fund boost to get the agricultural infrastructure, the entire supply chain going. Unless you have that in place, a lot of these changes will not help if you don't have coal supply, if you don't have storage facilities available. The farmers will not be able to make too much of a use of the other reforms that are being announced. But big structural reforms, for immediate relief, there are other things that were announced earlier, Avni, like I said.
Yes, absolutely, Tanvi. Of course, we're now going to slip into a very quick break, but we'll come back and continue to dissect what the Finance Minister said. Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to our special coverage. Just a short while back, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced her third set of measures from that mega 20 lakh crore economic package that was announced by the Prime Minister a few days back. And this is the third day, and the focus today was on agriculture and allied activities. If you've just tuned in, here's a quick recap of some of the most important announcements that were made. One is, of course, there was a 1 lakh crore agricultural infrastructure fund that was announced, and that fund is something that is going to be created immediately. It will help across the board to boost agriculture infrastructure, including storage capacities as well. There's been an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act as well. So essentially cereals, edible oils, pulses, onions, potatoes, all of that will be deregulated, and stock limits will be put in only in case of exceptional circumstances. The other important point was the fact that a central law has been proposed to help farmers self-produce, and this will ensure that farmers get a better price and farmers have the choice of selling where they want to sell. So essentially it will remove any kind of interstate barriers that till now farmers have been facing. This law will also ensure that they get the price that, a better price. There will be a legal framework that will be put in place as well to ensure that farmers get a good price for their produce. And also storage and supply chains for food and fruits and vegetables, subsidies being given on transport from surplus to deficit markets as well, and subsidy for storage and including cold storage. So some of the highlights of what was announced today. So Vinay, coming back to you here, of course, we've been seeing the kind of announcements that have been coming from day one, and we've been seeing that the idea here is not really to simply put money into the hands of people, and the idea is to ensure reforms and to move ahead on that front. But from the larger perspective, at the end of the day, we're talking about a coronavirus pandemic. We're talking about the economy which has come to a complete standstill. There seems to be a gap between what the Prime Minister announced of what this 20 lakh crore package is going to be and what it's actually turning out to be. What is your sense?
Well, look, I think the word package is where the problem is. It's not, because see, the literal interpretation of the word package is a 20 lakh additional injection into the economic system. Now, clearly, it's not an additional injection per se. It includes existing schemes. It includes liquidity measures being taken by the RBI, which are structural in nature. And it also includes some bit of, income subvention that the government is making temporarily, and hence, by implication, increasing liquidity in the market. So it's not as if additional 20 lakh crore cash is now going to float around in the market or will be in the hands of the people. Not necessarily. Some, yes, but not entirely. So I think the word package is a bit of a misnomer. They are policy reform and measures which total up to around 20 lakh crore. There is no question about that. Some of them are pretty good as well. I mean, I think you can't question the fact that these measures are required. I think the only big debate that remains is whether these measures that have been announced should have been preceded by some sort of an income boosting measures for those who've been the worst affected, because I think that's where the real debate and the worry is, that the government has chosen a way where they are boosting the supply side mechanism. They're giving some weaponry to the MSME sector in terms of benefits of loans and benefits of a whole lot of credit facility. But will that be enough for people to start buying the goods that they produce or not is still a big question mark. And whether the farmers will actually will be able to actually get the benefit of what. Remember, just 30 seconds more, Abni, remember the amendment of law that they've announced, or the new law that they've announced, both require an ordinance route because Parliament is not in session. And with social distancing norms in place, I'm not even sure when the Parliament can assemble in the strength where voting can happen, because they can possibly only question when they're very sparsely located, does it look like social distancing? Rest of the times, it's a fairly cramped place. So they'll probably have to bring out an ordinance, and then the ordinance will have to be renewed once. So it's a longer process. It's not going to happen overnight, and hence the worry about the immediacy of the crisis, Avni.
Yes, absolutely, Vinay. In fact, let's just get in some more reactions as well. Avik Saha, convener of Jai Kisan Andolan, Farmers Wing of the Swaraj Abhiyan, joining me on the phone line as well. Avik Saha, thank you for joining us. So, your first reaction to the announcements that have been made today. Some, long-term reforms also been announced, like the change in the central law and the amendment to the Essential Commodities Act.
It's a great plan for tomorrow. It's a long-pending plan for tomorrow. It's been lying in the Swaminathan Commission report and all these doubling of farmers' income reports. But it's not a plan for today. I don't know why the finance minister took an hour of national television's time to discuss what she had already discussed earlier and what she's going to do tomorrow. Today, the farmers' primary question is survival. The crops that have been lost, how to get money for that, how to get compensation for that, how to survive till the next crop comes. The pollinating honeybees will only come when the next crop is planted. How will the farmers survive till then? That question is unaddressed. I don't know. I don't know what the finance minister has been thinking, who's been writing the packages. And many of the facts and figures given were very convoluted. Look, it's very clear. If I am going to give you something more than what I've always given you, I would specify it, I would be proud about it, I would beat my drum about it. Everything we heard today is a mixture, and when journalists asked during the Q&A about separation, she imperiously said it's all there in the handout and you please see the handout. I've been seeing the handouts for the last 2 days. This detail is not there. Those slides will come, those PPT points will come, and it's not segregated. I am very, very wary because there is no segregation of what was there. One fact that comes to my mind straight away is the procurement figure she gave, the procurement of grains. She said 75,000 crore. I've done the FCI and NABARD calculation quickly. It comes to 60,000 crores. Where is the extra 15,000 crores procured from? If she mentioned that this is what we do every year and this is what we've done extra this year, we would have all appreciated and understood. You see, this clarity of presentation is not there. This deliberate obfuscation is there, and there must be a purpose for it. My suspicion is that purpose is that not much has been done. Hence, there is no comparison. Farmers have nothing to be happy about.
This is Tanvi here.
Yes, Tanvi.
Mr. Shah, if I could just ask you this question, and I understand what you're saying, and yes, you know, a deeper investigation into that and questions and counter questions are needed for us to get the clearer picture of the immediate relief. But because we've spoken so much about the larger structural reforms, about a strong cold storage, about APMC reforms, and some of that has been announced today, I just wanted your view as well on that, the proposed new law and the changes. How do you think this will pan out, and how long before that benefit can reach the farmers?
First, let me play positive. These reforms are things that the farm activists and the farmer organizations have been asking for. It's come. I don't know if this is the time it should have come, but it has come. I don't know how efficiently it will come because we've heard about a declaration of an intention to make a law. We haven't seen the law. It would be premature to comment. But on the negative side, all of these exist in developed agricultural markets like, let's say, the United States. Their survey tells you 98% farmers want to leave farming. So a free market for the farmer who has zero capacity to negotiate with Walmart is supposed to be the panacea for the agricultural crisis. I'm sorry, that's a very, very difficult chunk to bite. Almost impossible to believe. What was needed was actually changes in structure where the number of players in the market increases. What's happening today, by what the finance minister said, looks like the number of players in the market will decrease, which means it will become a more monopolistic market, and therefore it's the consumer who will suffer, it's the farmer who will suffer. I don't see this being a great plan for farmers going ahead.
All right, Aviksa, thank you so much for joining us for that with that quick reaction. Tanvi Vinay, thanks for joining in this conversation as well. We're going to slip into a quick break, come back with lots more on the other side. Stay tuned to Mirror Now. News just coming in. Government offices in Tamil Nadu will function with 50% workforce. There will be 6 days working system in government offices in the state from now on, and the workforce will be split into 2 batches. Those are the details coming in. Tamil Nadu government offices will now be functioning with 50% workforce. That is the new rule that has been put into place in the state of Tamil Nadu, in 6 days working system in these offices, where the workforce itself will be split into 2 batches. So effectively in one batch, there will be 25% of the workforce. Pramod joining us on the phone line. Pramod, help us understand how this entire process is going to be implemented. 50% of workforce will be allowed now in government offices.
Certainly, like until now, until 17th of May, that is the third lockdown ends, there is already a geo stating that only 33% of workforce can work in both state government and central government offices. Right now, they have extended it up to 50%, and this is where the state government is trying to implement a new scheme where the entire workforce will be separated into 2 batches, batch A and batch 2, and batch A will work for 2 days. It is like Monday and Tuesday, post which they'll get 2 days off. That will be Wednesday and Thursday, which it will be taken over by batch B, and then afterwards batch B will get 2 days off and batch A will work. And consecutively, they also have increased the working days from 5 days to 6 days by making Saturday as a working day as well. So you can have 6 working days in a week, and consecutively this way 2 days work, 2 days off will be given to each batch. That's how they're trying to actually balance the backlog workforce. And not just that, the state government has also said that adequate transportation will also be provided to them through bus service and such as well. So it seems like relaxations are much more given extended post May 18 in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, Pramod, thanks so much for joining us with all of those details. All right, let's shift focus now. At a time when thousands of migrants as well as Indians are returning home, a political war of words has sparked off between the centre and states. The centre has accused Bengal and Rajasthan governments of not doing enough for migrants. Both the states have rebutted claims by the centre. In fact, on the other hand, Ministry of External Affairs has hit back at the Bengal government for accusing the centre of discriminating against residents of West Bengal by not scheduling any flights to Bengal in the second phase of the Vande Bharat mission. In fact, bringing back migrants and stranded people has turned into a major political issue as well, with the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Railway Minister Piyush Goyal locking horns. Now, Goyal has alleged that the West Bengal government was not providing facilities to stranded migrants to return home and has allowed only 7 Shramik trains into the state so far. The Bengal Chief Minister says that 105 trains have been arranged to bring back migrants home.
It pains me that several states are not giving permission for these Shramik special trains. States like West Bengal, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand are not giving enough permission so that we can run Shramik specials to their states. But West Bengal first gave permission for only 2 trains. Then when the Honorable Home Minister wrote to the state Chief Minister to allow trains to enter West Bengal, an announcement was made that 8 more trains will be allowed. But until today afternoon, only 5 out of those 8 trains were allowed by the West Bengal government. About 105 trains will be accepted by West Bengal in the next 30 days, which means hardly 1.5 to 2 lakh migrant laborers can go back home to their state, West Bengal, from now until 15 June. In the next 30 days, there are over 30 to 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs people from West Bengal who want to go back home. What will happen to the rest of them?
And on that note, it's a wrap on this edition. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned to Mirror Now.
we provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations which I mentioned, FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
अच्छा.
Top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
The government will set up an agri-infrastructure fund which is worth 1 lakh crore rupees. This fund will then benefit the primary agriculture cooperative societies, the agricultural entrepreneurs, also startups working in this sector. The government announces amendments to the Essential Commodities Act. Stock of cereal, pulses, onions, potatoes, deregulated. Stock limit will be kept only under exceptional circumstances, and the centre will frame a law to provide adequate choices to the farmers here, which is to sell produce at a more attractive price. The Supreme Court today has dismissed a plea which was on the movement of migrant workers. Supreme Court says the court cannot monitor who is walking, who isn't. Solicitor General from the government informs the Supreme Court that the government is providing transport to the migrants, but people are hitting the streets because they're angry. The Supreme Court stays Madras High Court order that had ordered closing of all liquor stores, Tasmac stores in Tamil Nadu. The top court will now pave the way for liquor shops to be open, sale of liquor to be available then. Hundreds of migrants have protested in Mangaluru, demanding special trains to Jharkhand. Social distancing norms, of course, flouted there, but they're asking for these trains to start, for them to be home. And a quick reaction now that is to start from the Congress based on what the Finance Minister's announcements for today have been from the stimulus package. Let's take a listen in.
कर्ज की बात करती हैं, पर 1 जुलाई 2019 को देश की वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने संसद को कहा था कि 2018-19 में देश के छोटे यानी मार्जिनल फार्मर को 6,26,087 करोड़ का कर्जा दिया गया। तो पिछले साल 18-19 में तो दिया गया 6,26,000 करोड़ का कर्ज, और अब कोरोना महामारी में आप इसे कम करके 4 लाख करोड़ कर रही हैं। ऐसा जुल्म और जाति क्यों? तो दोस्तों, सच्चाई ये है कि एक फूटी कोड़ी भी ना कल और ना आज किसान और खेत मजदूर के हिस्से में आई, ना 1 रुपया उसकी जेब में गया। ये जो वूडू इकोनॉमिक्स पैकेज है वित्त मंत्री जी का, जो केवल जुमला घोषणा पैकेज है, इससे ना किसान को राहत मिलेगी, ना खेत मजदूर को राहत मिलेगी। किसान और खेत मजदूर आज एक ऐसे चौराहे पर खड़ा है जहां वह मोदी सरकार से निराश भी है और अपने आप को ठगा हुआ महसूस भी करता है। कोई प्रश्न आप पूछना चाहें तो स्वागत है।
धन्यवाद सर। पहले हम सुओमोटो से संबंधित प्रश्न लेंगे। कौन पूछना चाहता है, कृपया इंगित करें। सैयद इमाम जी IANS से पूछे।
रणदीप जी, जो आज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस थी निर्मला सीतारमन की, उसमें उन्होंने कहा कि 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए वो दे रहे हैं फूड एग्रीगेटर्स को, यानी फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स को। तो ज्यादा जोर अभी पे राहत ना देकर बाद में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और डेयरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बताने की बात है, तो उसमें अभी किसान को क्या फायदा हो रहा है?
आदरणीय मित्र, एक पुरानी कहावत है, नाम बड़े दर्शन छोटे। निर्मला सीतारमन जी का 20 लाख करोड़ का पैकेज, मोदी जी का 20 लाख करोड़ का पैकेज 13-0 साबित हुआ है। मैं फिर दोहराता हूं, द 20 लाख करोड़ पैकेज ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर being now given in installments or declared in installments by the finance minister, 20 lakh crore package has proved to be only 13 zeros. एक फूटी कोड़ी भी किसान की जेब में नहीं गया। नाम बड़े दर्शन छोटे, बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर देश के किसान को, अन्नदाता और राष्ट्र निर्माता को आप इस प्रकार से बरगला नहीं सकते। 1 रुपया किसान के खाते में आपने डाला नहीं, न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य उसे दिया नहीं, न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य पर 26% फसल की भी बिकवाली नहीं, न्यूनतम समर्थक मूल्य भी लागत से, जो असली लागत है वो न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य से अधिक। फसल बीमा योजना प्राइवेट बीमा कंपनी मुनाफा योजना बन गई। PM किसान निधि योजना में 6,000 रुपया
Okay, we're going to be getting in further inputs here of what the Congress's criticism here has been, but it has essentially been along the same lines of what we've seen in the past 2 days, that these are reforms, certain reforms that have been announced by the government. This is going to be long-term in the pipeline here. There are no immediate relief. So even in the thrust of today's announcement, but remember, this is the opposition Congress's view, that the thrust of today's announcement is once again on reforms. There is no immediate relief, there is no cash in hand for the farmers. But while we take in what the opposition feels, it's also important to note of what these announcements have been by the finance minister today. This is the 3rd announcement that was made with respect to the stimulus booster that was announced by the Prime Minister. So today the finance ministry's announcements has been essentially focusing on help to the farmer and all of those involved in agriculture. Big changes in agriculture laws to help farmers. While these will not be immediate, it will take a time for these changes to reflect.
Many of these steps that I've announced have been structural reforms that have been pending for a long time. These changes are then to help the farmers to get a better price. But once again, this is not immediate relief, this is long-term reform. Also, there is going to be a change, and this was one of the biggest announcements made today, a change related to an amendment in the Essential Commodities Act. That amendment is also, of course, still pending till Parliament sits, whenever it does sit, which is aimed at helping farmers get better prices for their produce.
This Essential Commodities Act requires an amendment, and that amendment will largely be towards making sure that cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions and potatoes will be completely deregulated. And therefore, unless there's an extraordinary situation, there will not be a requirement to invoke this Essential Commodities Act. Stock limits to be imposed will be imposed only under exceptional circumstances such as national calamities or famine, or if there is a huge surge in prices. Otherwise, there is no need for invoking it. So to that extent, limited to that extent, we would like to amend the Essential Commodities Act. No such stock limit shall apply for processors, because today value addition happens at the doorstep of the food processors. Suppose he's kept stocks, and if the Essential Commodities Act comes into force, even his premises are raided and a whole lot of explanation is asked for. Even for food processing industry, it becomes a problem. So no stock limit shall apply to processors or value chain participants, or subject to the installed capacity. If they keep a certain quantity, that should be all right. Beyond the capacity is a different issue. So any exporter also will be given that facility so that export demand is not affected. Farmers' prices can be not affected due to uncertainty created by this. So there will be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act.
The government has also promised to bring in a central law which is to get rid of the trade barriers in the farming sector, and this has been done primarily with the intention of helping farmers to give them the option of selling their produce wherever they want to. Take a listen in to that yet another promise of the government from the Finance Minister's announcement.
We shall bring a central law so that farmers will be able to have the choice to sell his produce at an attractive price. He has no barriers in interstate trade. So the interstate trade at the moment is restricted. It should be barrier free. We also want to make sure there is a framework for him to have his produce e-traded. He should be able to engage in e-trading of his produce. So a certain amount, at the moment you know that he sells his produce only to licensees, holders of license, and this restriction has been one of the reasons why he is not able to find a fair price. Whilst I'll just give you one comparison. No other producer of any other produce in the manufacturing sector, for instance, is compelled to have to sell to only a certain set of licensees. Why should only farmers be restricted in selling his produce to only some licensees and not be open to sell it to whoever he wants to sell? So we want to give farmers the choice so that he'll be able to sell his products at an attractive price, have no barriers in interstate movement, and make sure that he is able to e-trade. So a central law is being proposed.
A big fund has been announced as well. There is going to be a setup of 1 lakh crore rupees agriculture infra fund. This is for farm gate infrastructure, which includes storage centers. The minister has also announced that there is going to be a 10,000 crore scheme to formalize small food enterprises.
We provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations which are mentioned FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
Now, there has been, of course, a disruption in the supply chain across various parts of the country because of the lockdown, because of the pandemic. So the government has taken that into account. The government, keeping that in mind, has announced farmers will get a 50% subsidy, both in transport as well as storage.
This also is an existing scheme which gets additional 500 crores. Many of the supply chains have been disrupted for the farmers, particularly during the lockdown. Operation Greens is a scheme which is running at the moment to take care of tomatoes, onions and potatoes which are being cultivated, which come to feed the cities, and they've had very serious implication because they are perishable and they had to have distress sales. So farm level support needs to be given, otherwise such distress cannot be prevented. So the scheme features are such that they get 50% subsidy on transportation. They get also 50% subsidy for storage. This is a pilot which we extend for the next 6 months. It will be expanded and also be extended once the pilot phase is cleared. But this is something which has been given an accent now post the lockdown, because during the lockdown, vegetables were perishing, cities were wanting to have it, logistics affected, so there was a break in this value chain.
These are breaking inputs of submissions that have come in from state governments on recommendations put in directly to the Prime Minister's office. The states have made it very clear that they want complete freedom as far as chalking out zones in different areas is concerned. Remember, we have the green zone, red zone, orange zone. Within the red, we have the containment and the non-containment. That is one demand by the states. The states also say that they want to resume economic activities in the state, in the safe zones. They want independence for that as well. A list, this is effectively a wish list that is coming from all states, studying the scenario, with each state having a different circumstance and putting that list across now to the Prime Minister's office. Let's get in more details on what has been listed. We have Nikunj Garg getting us those inputs here. Nikunj, some of the highlights, please, of what the states have demanded here in putting in this request to the PMO. This is, of course, understandably after we're done with phase 3 of the lockdown.
Well, yes, this is for the lockdown that has to begin from 18th of May, perhaps. And as you were saying, that state wants freedom in deciding the zones, the economic activity in the zones. Other than that, some critical recommendations are about interstate travel. That travel is particularly air travel, mixed opinions are coming. While smaller states want flying to be open, like in the northeast or in the hill states of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, the bigger states like Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh do not want flying to be open at this stage. Similarly, on the trains front also, most states only want trains right now for the migrant labor, end-to-end special trains, and trains that are for stranded people, not regular commercial rail traffic should be resumed, is what state governments are saying. But they're also saying that whatever existing rail network is functioning, that was open, should be allowed to function. Similarly, in case of hotels, motels, lodging places, they're saying that they can function as one unit as a hotel, but the restaurants, bars, pubs operating inside the hotel should not be allowed. Now, e-commerce is something very keenly watched, and most states want all kind of commercial activity to be allowed on internet platforms. So whether it is sale, purchase, or any kind of commercial activity that happens without with physical contact, with physical distancing over the internet, states want all restrictions on e-commerce activities to go completely. Right now, only essential services and goods are allowed to be transacted through internet platforms.
Right. Also, Nikunj, regarding zoning of areas, this was something that had come about in lockdown phase 3 itself, that the central government said that now they're going to be chalking out all green, orange, red safe zones across the country for the states as well. But the states are asking for that independence to be zoning out their own areas.
Absolutely, absolutely. This has been an area of bone of contention, certainly between the state government and the central government. And states have been asking for greater freedom in deciding not only the zoning areas, but also what activities can be allowed inside a red zone, green zone, or a orange zone. So what the states are largely saying is that outside the containment zone, you decide a transparent index, make a transparent matrix, and on the basis of that matrix, leave the implementation to us. So the central government can announce a matrix, a transparent matrix, which is same for all states or all category of states, or the states can also be bunched as per various categories, and then activities can be allowed. So what the states are saying that you decide the matrix, leave the implementation part to us. Another important aspect about cross-border movement, etc., is also that on interstate borders, most states at this stage are not wanting a completely unhindered movement of people, goods, and services. Now, they want that some kind of restriction other than the goods and services that are required to move for economic purposes should be there, and people should not be freely allowed, at least at this stage, to cross interstate borders. Now, that again goes against the spirit of the certain judicial orders right now that we have seen, wherein Delhi High Court has guided the Haryana government about its restrictions in Gurgaon and Faridabad. So quite clearly, a lot of work for the central government to do as to how to seamlessly build into the recommendations that have been given by the state government and come up with the new guidelines for the lockdown phase.
Right. Nikunj, very quickly, final question here to you, please. How much of these recommendations that you've gone through is very closely along the lines of the last meet that all chief ministers one-on-one had with the Prime Minister, where several chief ministers said that some amount of independence here this time around would be required for the states to be taking their own decision on things for the next phase of the lockdown?
Well, obviously these recommendations, because they are coming from the state governments, do have a stamp of their own chief ministers, because as the chief ministers themselves said during the meeting. But this is more in detail. In those meetings, obviously with the Prime Minister's only chief minister speaking, not much detail can be weaved in those commentaries. Generics were discussed, but details are now trooping in, as the central government had asked the states to submit their plans by 15th of May. So the most of the state governments are now submitting their plans as demanded by the Prime Minister's office.
Right. Nikunj Garg, many thanks for getting us those inputs here. Big breaking inputs. This is a bunch of all detailed recommendations of each states having now written to the Prime Minister's office on what they expect next. This is in phase 4 of the lockdown here, which starts next week onwards. Once again, bringing the focus here as far as the larger migrant crisis is concerned. Remember, this has been a large humanitarian crisis for the country that has been running parallel to the pandemic, and there has been various aspects to this migrant crisis. First, it was about being provided food and shelter, that being supported by the centre and the state government. Second, of course, that very basic demand, the right to be back home, and how to be back home in providing those buses and the Shramik trains. And many who haven't been able to avail of those services, saying that they have waited long enough for the past 2 months, 52 days now, and they have decided to resort to use means that are available to them, either taking up renting out trucks, using auto rickshaws, or continuing to footing the distance, walking the distance in all of those kilometers in the middle of the night. Let's get you further inputs here coming in. This is regarding what has taken place in Bhopal. Remember, we have been giving you details coming in from each of those states here. In those visuals up on your screen of yet another incident of migrants that has been reported from Bhopal. As you see, people footing those distance in Madhya Pradesh have been waiting for long here in reaching the railway stations and also waiting for the Shramik trains to start. In this case here in Madhya Pradesh, migrants who continue to walk. Let's take a listen into what some of them have had to say and justifying why they are still continuing to resorting to walking the roads.
हाँ, इंदौर से पैदल ही आ रहा है, गाड़ी नहीं मिली है। कोई गाड़ी नहीं मिल रही है। कब से चले हैं आप लोग? हम लोग परसों के दिन हो गए निकले हैं।
18, 19, 20 लोग हैं। 2-3 महीना काम किए, पेमेंट कुछ नहीं मिला, ऐसे पैदल आ रहे हैं। कोई हेल्प भी नहीं दे रहा है गाड़ी में। और क्या, हमको छिंदवाड़ा जिला जाना है।
आसानी है जी, अब पैदल यात्रा हो रही, कुछ वाहन नहीं मिल रहा है, साधन कोई कर नहीं सक रहा है। अब जिसके पास पैसा है तो वो वाहन से चले जाएगी, जिसके पास पैसा नहीं है तो पैदल यात्रा हो रही है। सरकार यही तो जानकारी ले रही है, क्या कर गरीब को।
And in how they've been continued to taking trucks and buses here as well. These have been incidents of them being charged by the truckers to be taking that route back home. Many of them have been overloaded as well. They're literally being stuffed, packed in together at the back of the trucks at the local buses here as well. These are images that are once again coming in from Bihar for those migrants who are headed back home. And this is once again in the middle of the heat, or what we are seeing 40 degrees Celsius largely as an average across North India. Not just trucks and buses, they are now using auto rickshaws as well, 3-wheelers, and this is coming in of incident from Kalyan of migrants which are based in Mumbai but are headed back home across Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, saying that in all of these 1.5-2 months they have tried to respect the norms of the lockdown, not move about, but now since they haven't received that help, they have chosen to use their own means of transport, some of these being owners of their own 3-wheelers here, packing in their large families and headed back all of those kilometers back home using these auto rickshaws.
उधर सरपंच के यहाँ जमा किया, सरपंच बोलता है कि आ जाएगा, आज ट्रेन खुलेगा, कल खुलेगा। हम लोग ऐसे ही कर के आज 15-20 दिन या 1 महीने से ये मन की भरमावा दिया जा रहा था। तो हम लोग देखे कि चला पैसा भी खत्म हो जाएगा और ट्रेन भी नहीं खुलेगी, तो फिर तो हमारा ये सब बच्चे क्या होंगे, कौन देगा इन लोग को।
मैं मुंबई में रहता था, डोंबिवली में कंपनी में काम करता था। 2 महीना से बंद हो गया, कुछ खाने के पैसा नहीं है, उधर कुछ खाने को नहीं मिल रहा था। जो पैसा था सोचा भी भाड़ा गाड़ी लगा के चल जा रहा हूँ, गांव में कुछ जाके करेंगे, गांव में अपना खेती करेंगे, उधर ही खाएंगे पिएंगे।
On that note, we are slipping into a breather. It's a wrap on the show, but stay on with us. We continue to get you inputs here, not just on ground, the suffering of the migrants, but also in multiple announcements that have been made by the Finance Ministry.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
The government has set up today in announcing an agri-infrastructure fund which is worth 1 lakh crore rupees. This fund will then benefit primary agricultural corporate societies, agriculture entrepreneurs and also startups that are working in this sector. In other announcements, there is to be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act. Stock of cereals, pulses, onions, potatoes have been deregulated. The stock limit will only be kept under exceptional circumstances. The centre has also promised to frame a new law to provide adequate choices to the farmers on where they choose to sell their produce. The Supreme Court today dismissed a plea on the movement of migrant workers, saying the Supreme Court cannot monitor who is walking or who isn't. The Solicitor General informs the Supreme Court that the government is providing transport to the migrants, but they're angry and that's why they're taking to the streets. Supreme Court today has stayed the Madras High Court order which had ordered closing of all liquor stores in Tamil Nadu, the Tasmac shops. But with this top court's order, this will pave the way for liquor shops to reopen, facilitate the sale of alcohol. There are hundreds of migrants that have been protesting in Bengaluru and the reason why they've hit the streets here, saying that they haven't been provided those special Shramik trains here to be headed back home, which is in Jharkhand. Breaking inputs here coming in. These are images of you're getting of migrants. This is this time from Surat, which is in Gujarat. They have staged a protest as well. They're also demanding, this is same one standalone demand, to be back home. Now here in Surat, the workers say that they've left high and dry salaries that have not been paid during the lockdown. There's been no work, of course. These workers are refusing to go back to their old jobs despite the state government having announced factories and industries will be opened up. This is the current scenario. As you see, large number of people here in Surat, large number of migrants who have gathered in here. They're not satisfied with the assurance of getting the old jobs back, of having their factories and industries opened up. They're not willing to accept that assurance. Instead, this is this one single demand for them to be back home. Provide those trains from Surat for them to be back home. And regarding the migrants, a plea that has been shot down by the Supreme Court, it has been dismissed. This was a plea regarding the movement of migrant workers. The Supreme Court turned it down, saying that the court cannot monitor who's walking on foot and who isn't. On the other end, the Solicitor General informed the top court that the government is providing interstate transport. The government is providing trains and buses for them to be back home, but the people are still angry and are therefore hitting the streets. Solicitor General here adding that using force, of course, right now to stop the migrants would be counterproductive. Let's get in further details. Our Deputy News Editor Meenakshi Bhanja getting us those inputs here. Meenakshi, the basis on which this plea was shot down by the Supreme Court, of course, saying that it's not their job to be counting who's walking, who's footing the distance on who's not. But is the government doing that? Is the government providing that information?
Well, Seher, at the outset, you see, there are several layers to this issue, and that is essentially what the solicitor was trying to highlight before the Supreme Court. And yes, it is a complex human problem which has befallen on several state governments, including the central government. The Supreme Court essentially was seized of this petition which was filed by an individual lawyer, a petitioner, who was urging for the Supreme Court's intervention in this particular instance. He went on to cite the instances of the death of such migrant workers from Una in Madhya Pradesh yesterday, Saharanpur, UP, and he was urging for the Supreme Court to intervene. But the Supreme Court then wanted to understand from the solicitor about the steps that the central government, including the state governments, have taken to tackle this issue. And the solicitor, like you rightly mentioned, was pointing out to the complexity of the problem. He went on to cite there, like you were just mentioning, as to how the states are providing interstate transport, but if people get angry or impatient and start to walk on foot instead of waiting for the transport to be made available to them, then nothing can be done. And he also went on to cite as to how the central and the state governments can only request and beseech for the people to not walk. Using force to stop them would be counterproductive. It is at this juncture that Honorable Justice Rao of the Supreme Court bench said that it is impossible for the court, the Supreme Court, to monitor who is walking and who is not. And he also went on to state as to how there are people walking and not stopping.
Right.
And what is it that the Supreme Court can essentially do in this instance to stop them from walking? So it was a complex issue where the solicitor was trying to assuage the fears and the doubts and the concerns of the top court to keep its hands off the issue, saying that the central and the state governments are already doing what is required of them.
All right, they're doing what is required of them, but of course on ground, multiple reportage that's been coming in here, the scenario being very different for many of those who are still waiting for that transport be given to them. Meenakshi, thank you for getting us those inputs. These are the exact details that are coming in from this incident that has been reported from Bengaluru. Migrants have hit the streets in protest, saying that they've been waiting for the Shramik trains we provided to them to be headed back home in Jharkhand. They have waited, and this is why they are now protesting in further building that demand to the authorities. They have threatened to continue with this protest till their demand is met. What's troubling here, of course, is that because this has ended up being a mass gathering, there have been no social distancing norms.
सच है, लेकिन झारखंड नहीं पहुंचाएगा सरकार तो रोड में सोएंगे, मर जाएंगे, लेकिन मिट जाएंगे, लेकिन उससे
Insisting, of course, that they be back home at this given point of time. This is what's happening with migrants here in the national capital. Those who've remained in the national capital in all these days here are still attempting to go back home in crossing the border of Delhi. In one such instant, a group of migrants who were being ferried in a car, in a passenger vehicle here, were stopped by the police at Gurugram. Some of them carrying their women and children, carrying their family. They say that they have no food, no money. They have been shunted out of their rented accommodations. They just have to be back home.
Endless wait for the migrant workers to reach out to their native places continues, and you can see we are right now reporting from Ghazipur border. So this was a car which ferried few of the migrant workers, but police is not allowing them to go towards the Uttar Pradesh side. Now there are strict orders by the state governments and the central governments that there should be no movement of migrant laborers from one state to the another. The borders are completely sealed, and you can see these migrant workers came in this car, and hence they are being asked to go back by the police. कहाँ से आए थे आप? कहाँ से आए थे आप?
साहब
गुड़गांव से आए थे. कहाँ जाना कहाँ है?
यहीं बॉर्डर
पे तो अब जाने नहीं दे रही है पुलिस. So there you see again this car ferried these passengers, but now they are carrying them back. Police is not allowing anybody to go towards the border because the center and the state governments and the police have been given strict instructions that no migrant workers should cross the borders. Instead, they should be provided with food and shelter in whichever places they are stuck. You can see on that side also many migrant workers are there. We will try to just go towards that side and check with them that where exactly are they from and what exactly they have to say, because this is the border of Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, and they are not allowing anybody to go towards the UP side, and the police is acting swiftly on all these people who have come over here. Let's talk to a few of them and ask them that what exactly they have to say. Sir, कहाँ से आए हैं?
सर हरियाणा से आए हैं सर, जाने नहीं दे रहे हमको.
तो कहाँ जाना कहाँ है? गाँव कहाँ है?
हमें गाँव इटावा है मेरा.
इटावा है, तो इटावा तक आप पैदल जाने की सोच रहे थे?
पैदल में सर जी सुविधा कर लेंगे, बच्चे मेरे साथ छोटे, ये देखो बच्चे हैं मेरे साथ,
छोटे बच्चे आपके साथ?
मैंने उनको बोला मेरे साधन हो जाएगा, मेरे पे जाने दो यहाँ से।
अच्छा, श्रमिक जो ट्रेन चल रही थी उनमें आपने अप्लाई किया?
मेरा कोई अप्लाई किया, मेरा कोई वो नहीं आया। अब मकान मालिक निकाल दिया हमसे, तो क्या करें?
And this is yet another concern of what has been released as a study from NIMHANS as far as mental health issues are concerned in the wake of this lockdown. What they have reported now saying that nearly 30% rise in gadget addiction during the period of this lockdown. Doctors at NIMHANS de-addiction center saying that most people who are watching videos online on social media, they're also surfing pornography. So the consumption of pornography here is also increased. Various are the details here that have been released in this NIMHANS report, adding in only more concerns. Yet another negative aspect to this lockdown here in addiction. Our correspondent Srija is getting us further inputs here on this. Srija, since this is a pan-India study by NIMHANS, different cities and their respective figures that have been reported, what more details available on this, please?
Well, Seher, in fact, speaking to Dr. Manoj Sharma, now he is the one who runs the Shut Clinic. Now, the Shut Clinic, which is set up right here at Bengaluru, overseas especially, the patients, in fact, remember before lockdown, he used to see at least nearly 12 patients a week, which means it amounts to nearly anywhere between 360 to 380 patients per month. This is with respect to online addiction and also gaming as well. But now what he has witnessed is three different trends, what we are understanding. This is between the end of April till date. According to Dr. Manoj, he says he's been receiving several queries, especially on mails and also on calls from Delhi, Bombay, Pune, including in fact Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Chennai as well. Now these are the metropolitan cities that have seen a spike, especially where online addiction is concerned. We're talking about including gaming and as well as in fact the adult sites as well. So he has clearly seen, studied, analyzed over the last 2 months, where he has seen about 30 to 35% of increase. Now this is something that we are gathering from the NIMHANS hospital, and not just that, one interesting trend also what we're looking at this point in time is earlier the patients who had got treated for their addiction as far as gaming and also online addiction is concerned. Now once again they have got back to it. Now this is something where the doctor also points out. Back to you.
All right, so this is a relapse of those cases of those have already been treated of addiction and now unfortunately haven't gone back, and newer cases of addiction reported as well. Srija, thank you for getting us those inputs. Let's now get you all details of the third briefing that came in this evening from the Finance Minister. This is, of course, getting us breaking down the allocation of the 20 lakh crore stimulus package announced by the Prime Minister. Today's focus has largely been for agriculture, for the farmers, while the changes that won't bring in, though, any immediate impact. There's been no immediate relief or help. These are long-term reforms, structural changes that have been announced by the Finance Ministry. These changes, of course, are meant to help the farmers to be in a better position and, more importantly, of course, primarily get a better price of their produce.
This Essential Commodities Act requires an amendment, and that amendment will largely be towards making sure that cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions and potatoes will be completely deregulated. And therefore, unless there's an extraordinary situation, there will not be a requirement to invoke this Essential Commodities Act. Stock limits to be imposed will be imposed only under exceptional circumstances such as national calamities or famine, or if there is a huge surge in prices. Otherwise, there is no need for invoking it. So to that extent, limited to that extent, we would like to amend the Essential Commodities Act. No such stock limit shall apply for processors, because today value addition happens at the doorstep of the food processors. Suppose he's kept stocks, and if the Essential Commodities Act comes into force, even his premises are raided and a whole lot of explanation is asked for. Even for food processing industry, it becomes a problem. So no stock limit shall apply to processors or value chain participants, or subject to the installed capacity. If they keep a certain quantity, that should be all right. Beyond the capacity is a different issue. So any exporter also will be given that facility so that export demand is not affected. Farmers' prices can be not affected due to uncertainty created by this. So there will be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act.
So that was the big announcement that came in on the amendment to the Essential Commodities Act. Remember, this could further be effective only when Parliament sits next. The other announcement came in of the government to bring in a new central law, and this is to get rid of trade barriers in the farming sector. That has been done with the intention of giving farmers the first choice of where and how to sell their produce.
We shall bring a central law so that farmers will be able to have the choice to sell his produce at an attractive price. He has no barriers in interstate trade. So the interstate trade at the moment is restricted. It should be barrier-free. We also want to make sure there is a framework for him to have his produce e-traded. He should be able to engage in e-trading of his produce. So a certain amount, at the moment you know that he sells his produce only to licensees, holders of license, and this restriction has been one of the reasons why he is not able to find a fair price. Whilst I'll just give you one comparison. No other producer of any other produce in the manufacturing sector, for instance, is compelled to have to sell to only a certain set of licensees. Why should only farmers be restricted in selling his produce to only some licensees and not be open to sell it to whoever he wants to sell? So we want to give farmers the choice so that he'll be able to sell his products at an attractive price, have no barriers in interstate movement, and make sure that he is able to e-trade. So a central law is being proposed.
The other announcement was of setting up a fund. This is a rupees 1 lakh crore agriculture infra fund. This is for farm gate infrastructure, which includes storage centers as well. The minister also announcing that there is to be a 10,000 crore scheme, which is to formalize the small food enterprises.
We provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer producer organizations which are mentioned, FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
Let's now get you details of certain areas in the safe zone, in the green zones across the country, which have started operating and opening up their factories and industrial setups. This is a report coming in from Manesar in Haryana, where this medium-scale factory, it has already started operations, and this is of course on a bare minimum and a capacity of 30% workforce after graded relaxations that were announced by the government there. Social distancing norms, of course, of top priority here being maintained on the site. Employees that have been provided with protective gear as well, with sanitizers, all to ensure that none of those social distancing norms are violated. Our correspondent Kangana with those inputs.
We're right now reporting from a medium-scale industry, the MSMEs that manufacturers of products for telecom industry. This is the factory and this is the workshop where they're manufacturing the products. Even though the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has already announced a relief package for all the MSMEs, has completely changed has also changed the definition of MSMEs. But there are some policy decisions that are still pending that will be depending on the state governments on how the entire workforce will be able to come back to work.
पहले मॉर्निंग हम आते हैं, देन हमारा टेम्परेचर चेक होता है, फिर हमें सैनिटाइज किया जाता है, फिर हमें ग्लव्स मास्क डेली प्रोवाइड किया जाता है, देन हम ऊपर आते हैं, सारे जितने भी यहाँ हैं सब कुछ सैनिटाइज किया जाता है, उसके बाद हमें वर्क करने को मिलता है.
और आप लोग भी यहीं रहते हैं पूरा दिन, उसके बाद फिर रात को ही घर जाते हैं कि यहीं रहते हैं?
कुछ पर्सन हैं जो बॉयज़ हैं वो यहीं रहते हैं, उनके लिए यहीं खाना यहाँ रहना प्रोवाइड किया गया. ओनली फॉर गर्ल्स के लिए यहाँ जाने आने का व्यवस्था दिया गया है, कैसे जाना है वो कंपनी ने उसे प्रोवाइड किया है. और बॉयज़ के लिए यहाँ रहना खाना यहाँ हमारे लिए भी लंच यहाँ प्रोवाइड किया गया है, सब कुछ यहाँ प्रोवाइड किया गया.
प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्रियल एसोसिएशन इन मानेसर, ही हैंडल्स एंड टेक्स केयर of all the policy decisions that needs to be taken in terms of industry in Manesar. Thank you so much Pawan Yadav ji for speaking to us. Sir, जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर की तरफ से एड आई है वो तो अलग बात है, लेकिन आप हरियाणा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से क्या क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से आई है, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने दिया है, वो अलग बात नहीं है, वो बहुत कुछ है हमारे लिए. दैट इज़ वेरी गुड सपोर्ट टू अस एंड वी एडमायर आवर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. उसके अलावा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी हमें सपोर्ट कर रहा है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी हमें काफ़ी सपोर्ट कर रहा है ऑल एक्टिविटीज़ में. हमारी चीफ मिनिस्टर ML खट्टर सर से भी हमारी VC हुई है, उन्होंने भी हमारी सारी समस्याएं, ऑल प्रॉब्लम्स दे हैव हर्ड अबाउट अस.
Let's now get you some news coming in from the world of cricket, and this is inputs regarding IPL 2020. Remember, IPL this year had been postponed because of the pandemic. There have been no next date announced, and this is a big worry now that has been expressed by the BCCI Treasurer Arun Dhumal. They're saying the financial impact here of cancelling IPL. He said that the last resort will be to cut the salaries of the players, also adding that the IPL can be introduced in short notice, but it would need further clarity on tournaments, other tournaments that would happen across the world involving their players there. Let's get in further inputs on the dynamics of this, what all this involves. Our correspondent for sports, Karisma, getting us those inputs here. Karisma, in what all is being worked out here, the possibilities of IPL still managing to happen within the close of this year itself?
Well, what is going to be most important is a clarity from the International Cricket Council on the future of resumption of cricket amongst bilateral nations. So BCCI will be awaiting clarity from the ICC, and then the next step would be to see if the Asia Cup that is supposed to be held in September and the T20 World Cup that is supposed to be held in October, whether they go on as per schedule or not, because realistically speaking, September and October are the only two windows of opportunity that BCCI have to conduct the Indian Premier League. Whether it will be a full season or a truncated season is something that BCCI will decide later on. But first, they need to get clarity from ICC as to what is going to be the status of these particular events, because if they are cancelled or postponed, it is only then that the IPL can be held in September and or October. There is no other window, because bilaterals between nations have already been piling up because of no cricketing action for the last 2 months. So it is going to be very, very imperative for BCCI to seek a decision from ICC, and it is going to be a wait and watch game up until now.
Absolutely. Primary importance, availability of international cricketers for this year as well. Karisma, thank you for getting us those inputs. Let's now get you some news that's coming in from the world of entertainment. Remember, celebrities from across the spectrum of films, music, cricket have continued to keep us entertained with their videos. So this is a quick wrap coming in from the world of entertainment. The 90s diva Madhuri Dixit, her 52nd birthday today, happening amidst this lockdown. She's getting a lot of love from across her fans and friends. She's of course very active on social media. She's celebrating this quarantine birthday with her family. Deepika Padukone is spending time watching good films. recently watched the movie The Age of Innocence. By good, perhaps meaning critically acclaimed. She's posted a story on her Instagram page asking cinema lovers to watch this one. Hina Khan has recently posted some of her stories on Instagram, dressed in a pink hoodie. Fans have loved this look of the actress and have sending her multiple compliments. This is Tamanna having uploaded a beautiful monochrome picture of her on Instagram. Many fans have been calling it killer expressions. Akshay Kumar, one star, making sure he leaves no stone unturned to help the needy and the armed forces whenever the need arises during COVID-19. After donating a huge amount to help the underprivileged, he's now donated 1,000 wristbands to help the Mumbai police, and this is to detect COVID-19 symptoms. On that very positive note, it is a wrap on the show.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can hear you.
top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Government sets up an agriculture infrastructure fund worth 1 lakh crore. The fund will benefit primary agricultural cooperative societies, agricultural entrepreneurs, and startups working in the sector. Essential Commodities Act to be amended. Cereals, pulses, onions, potatoes to be deregulated, and stock limit will apply only under exceptional circumstances. A central law also proposes to remove interstate barriers and help farmers sell produce at a more attractive price. States submit their recommendations to Prime Minister's office of measures that should be taken post May 17th. Most states demand freedom to define zoning criteria and start economic activities in safe zones. Dismissing a plea on movement of migrant workers, Supreme Court says the court cannot monitor who is walking or not. Solicitor General tells the Supreme Court that the government is providing transport to migrants, but people are taking to the streets as they are angry. Supreme Court stays Madras High Court order to close all liquor stores in Tamil Nadu. Top court order paves the way for liquor shops to reopen soon in the state. And hundreds of migrants protested in Bengaluru demanding special trains to Jharkhand. Social distancing norms flouted during the protest. Good evening. Thank you for tuning into Mirror Now. I'm Marti Subramaniam. It's the third economic package, part of the Atmanirbhar package that was announced today by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And today's package focused on agriculture and allied activities. What are these measures and will they bring relief to the sector in these troubled times? Well, we're going to break it down for you, and joining us and helping us do that is Mirror Now's Managing Editor Vinay Tiwari. Vinay, we're going to come to you to help us understand what impact and the implications of these structural changes, these policy changes that were announced today. Now, one of the most important of these announcements today was the investment to amend the Essential Commodities Act and make it more friendly and more easy for farmers to be able to sell their produce at better prices. Let's take a listen into what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say regarding this.
This Essential Commodities Act requires an amendment, and that amendment will largely be towards making sure that cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions and potatoes will be completely deregulated. And therefore, unless there's an extraordinary situation, there will not be a requirement to invoke this Essential Commodities Act. Stock limits to be imposed will be imposed only under exceptional circumstances such as national calamities or famine, or if there is a huge surge in prices. Otherwise, there is no need for invoking it. So to that extent, limited to that extent, we would like to amend the Essential Commodities Act. No such stock limit shall apply for processors, because today value addition happens at the doorstep of the food processors. Suppose he's kept stocks, and if the Essential Commodities Act comes into force, even his premises are raided and a whole lot of explanation is asked for. Even for food processing industry, it becomes a problem. So no stock limit shall apply to processors or value chain participants, or subject to the installed capacity. If they keep a certain quantity, that should be all right. Beyond the capacity is a different issue. So any exporter also will be given that facility so that export demand is not affected. Farmers' prices can be not affected due to uncertainty created by this. So there will be an amendment to the Essential Commodities Act.
Mirror Now's Managing Editor Vinay Tiwari is going to help put that in perspective. What implications does this announcement have? Vinay, good evening to you. Now, this decision is a legislative change that the government is proposing to the Essential Commodities Act. Just tell us how this is going to benefit farmers and when and how this will be implemented?
Well, look, I mean, obviously it requires a legal framework change. So the minute the new law, I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be through the route of an ordinance right now because the parliament is not in session. But once that is done, it will become the law of the land and it will have to be implemented. But it has far-reaching implications, as you said. Also, it's something that has been talked about for a while but has not been done for whatever reason. And that's something that has been one of the most bizarre stories about the Indian agriculture reforms that we've seen over the years. I mean, we've talked about agriculture reforms for a very, very long time. Virtually every budget speech in the last several years, this government and the previous ones speak about agricultural reforms. But one of the most basic ones, which have never been done, is that we still don't realize that farming and the farm produce is possibly the only commodity in this country where the producer does not have the right to decide where to sell, how much to sell, at what price to sell, and when to sell. And that's a very bizarre reality of the way Indian farming and the agriculture sector actually operates. Remember, the Swaminathan Committee report itself had actually recommended something like this many, many years ago. So it's not a new idea. But the fact that it's taken a crisis like Corona for the government to actually push forward with it and now finally do it is welcome, because it's something that should have been done. The farmers in this country today cannot command the price that the market forces should determine. We are no longer a country of shortage. That was in the 60s and the 70s when we were in short supply over the essentials and the farm produce. We are not so anymore. But the two interlinked, in fact, all three announcements were interlinked, Aarti. And I think the amendment of the Essential Commodities Act essentially means that all these products who were regulated, whether it is pulses or potato or onion or oil seeds, they can now be sold by the producers even exported and sold wherever they want to, because right now exports for these products were not being allowed because the government, or at least being allowed only after permission or after a license, because the government believed these are items who was price sensitive and should not have been, and cannot be sent out even if there is a better price available for it. So that was affecting the farmers even sometimes when the supply was higher. They have built in those caveats where in case of a national emergency or a steep hike in the pricing, it can be withdrawn temporarily. But it's very welcome because it's something that economists have been talking about for a long, long time, Aarti.
Right, now when I was talking about the fact that there are some interlinked announcements as well, these are of course the main announcements that have been made today, and the two other ones that are linked to the amendment that has been proposed of the Essential Commodities Act is another law that proposes to do away with the trade barriers in interstate trade between farmers, produce and goods. And the second one is a huge boost in the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund. Let's listen to what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say regarding these two measures, and then we'll go back to Vinay to understand how that percolates on ground.
We shall bring a central law so that farmers will be able to have the choice to sell his produce at an attractive price. He has no barriers in interstate trade. So the interstate trade at the moment is restricted. It should be barrier free. We also want to make sure there is a framework for him to have his produce e-traded. He should be able to engage in e-trading of his produce. So a certain amount, at the moment you know that he sells his produce only to licensees, holders of license, and this restriction has been one of the reasons why he is not able to find a fair price. Whilst I'll just give you one comparison. No other producer of any other produce in the manufacturing sector, for instance, is compelled to have to sell to only a certain set of licensees. Why should only farmers be restricted in selling his produce to only some licensees and not be open to sell it to whoever he wants to sell? So we want to give farmers the choice so that he'll be able to sell his products at an attractive price, have no barriers in interstate movement, and make sure that he is able to e-trade. So a central law is being proposed. We provide 1 lakh crore for aggregators, FPOs, primary agriculture cooperative societies, farmer-producer organizations which are mentioned, FPOs, all for strengthening the farm gate infrastructure. Farm gate infrastructure are cold chains, post-harvest management infrastructure, storage centers, yards from where they have to do it. So this fund for 1 lakh crore is being created. Here private entrepreneurs, agricultural entrepreneurs, startups, all of whom are now looking at facilitating by procuring from the farmers and reaching out with value addition to the global markets, don't have the infrastructure. So this fund for 1 lakh crore will immediately address that issue, and that fund will be created at the earliest.
But Vinay, I want to pick on something that Nirmala Sitharaman was saying in those bites over there. She said, why should farmers have to sell only to a select few? And we want to give farmers the choice to sell their produce at attractive rates. Now, how do these two measures, that is of this huge 1 crore infrastructure, 1 lakh crore infrastructure boost, as well as removing these trade barriers, just explain to us how that translates on ground into greater autonomy for farmers in selling their produce?
Well, if the last couple of days, if the government announced one nation, one ration card, pretty much today they've spoken about one nation, one market for the farmers. Now, Nirmala Sitharaman said something just now in the in the bite sequence that you played, that why should a farmer be compelled to sell their produce only to the select licensees? It's a very good question. But it's taken 10 years for the answer to come. I mean, it's, as I said, even during 2013 election campaign, all political parties were pitching for dismantling of the APMC regime and actually making the markets open for farmers. It is absurd in a country like India, where a farmer who produces, say, onion or grows onion in Nashik or surrounding cannot sell it outside, even if he or she is actually dumping it at 1 rupees per kg in the local market. It is absolutely absurd. I mean, why should that person not be allowed to sell it to neighboring Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh or Odisha or wherever else he's getting a better price? And as I keep saying this, and media is partly to be blamed for that as well. While enough and more headlines are run when the farm produce prices cross a particular threshold in the urban areas, enough attention is not not given, and we don't talk about when the prices fall below a particular level for the farmer. There are many instances where farmers are actually selling off the produce for ₹1 a kg or ₹2 a kg, even though there could be another part of the country where the demand is slightly higher and the price available is better. Now, that's by allowing a farmer to sell the produce irrespective of state boundaries actually makes the market uniform, and pure demand supply mechanisms come in play. But that's where the first announcement that was made right at the start of the press conference that comes in, and that is the farm gate infrastructure. Now, before anyone gets intimidated by these terminologies, farm gate pretty literally means what happens when the produce leaves the gate of the farm, which means the minute you take your produce out of the farmland, where does it go first? Where does it go first? It has to go into a storage space. Now, traditionally, farmers in India are storing it in ad hoc storage facilities, which are sometimes mud houses, which are sometimes just godowns of concrete walls. But you need refrigeration, you need cold chains, you need refrigerated trucks moving, because that prolongs the life of the produce that they are doing. Now, that is what the 1 lakh crore investment was for. Again, something that has been talked about. It was there in the union budget that was presented a few months back as well. But that is essential, because if I produce tomatoes, for instance, and I can store those tomatoes for 10 days, I can use those 10 days to strike up a better deal in another state and sell my produce at a better price. So the simple supply-demand mechanism of the country and the market starts playing in, much like it plays in for any other commodity in the country, which you and I buy and purchase every single day. So it's a good measure. It's a policy initiative. It's not a fiscal, it's not a liquidity boost per se, but it's a great policy initiative, because in the medium to long run, it will benefit the farmers for sure, Aarti.
And I think it is in light of that one nation, one market, as you were so succinctly explaining. I think it's in light of that also that the government has announced to address the supply chain issues. Farmers will also get 50% subsidy in transport and storage on a pilot 6-month basis. But Vinay, all these announcements are not being made in a vacuum. Obviously, the backdrop is COVID. Obviously, the backdrop is this huge distress that is in the sector amongst many other sectors. And all of these decisions are policy decisions, structural decisions that have to be passed by law, unless, of course, the government brings in an ordinance to this effect. Will they address the issues that require immediate concerns? The immediate concerns will they be able to address?
Yeah, so that's the big debate currently. I mean, look, for the longest time, the debate and the argument that was being made in the last 2 months was that the biggest stress that people have, especially the unorganized sector and even the migrants who you see now walking in thousands across the country, that they have completely lost their earnings. There is no daily earning that they have. And these are all daily wages. These are people who don't get paid salaries irrespective of what happens otherwise around them. And hence, they need liquidity because even if they have a little bit of a saving, they've kind of run out of it. They need liquidity. So the biggest argument was that the only way to actually help the people today is to give some money in their hand. Certainly, these problems address the tomorrow. There is no question about that because these are problems that will get eased off. All the structural reforms that are being done will address the tomorrow, but it's the today which is actually the big debate. And many politicians, including opposition states like Jharkhand, who spoke, the Chief Minister Hemant Soren spoke to Mirror Now today and said much the same. And they said that the real problem is that people do not have any cash in hand to actually take care of their daily needs. Yes, there is a PDS system announcement that has been done. Yes, food grains being provided. Yes, the LPG cylinders that are subsidized are being provided. But actually, to run a household or to have a family of 5 or 6, you still need a little bit more cash to keep your basics going. And that's where the big debate is. And I don't see that debate dying down anytime soon because no matter how good these policy measures are, the demand to ensure that people do have some money in their hand to keep the supply side going will continue, Aarti.
Well, it is a debate that will continue. It's an ongoing debate, and that debate will also continue today, later tonight on Urban Debate. So stay tuned for that. But until then, Vinay Tiwari, thank you so much for joining us, helping us understand what really these big ticket announcements mean, and in light of the entire COVID crisis, how that translates on ground. Thank you. And some breaking news coming in. Remember, just 2 days left till this phase of lockdown ends, and Times Network has accessed the details of the recommendations submitted by various states to the Prime Minister's office for the next phase of the lockdown, Lockdown 4.0. Now, most states want complete freedom in defining zoning areas and want to resume economic activities in non-containment zones. There were also mixed opinions on whether reopening domestic travel not related to migrant movement is advisable in the current scenario. 15th of May was the deadline that the Prime Minister had set for various states in their last meeting to submit a list of recommendations that they had for the next phase of the lockdown, Lockdown 4.0. Remember, the Prime Minister said that Lockdown 4.0 is going to be unlike the ones earlier. It's going to be completely different, and it is in that regard that he had sought the opinion of various states. The opinions have ranged from opening up further, giving states more say in defining zoning areas, resumption of economic activities in containment zones. Of course, the contentious issues remain domestic travel, not related to migrant movement. And some more breaking news coming in. The exports have plunged by 60%, while imports have fallen by 58% in the month of April. The Commerce Ministry has said the fall is due to supply chain disruption and several cancellation of orders. Avni Raja joins us for more on this. Avni, help us understand these numbers and what implications they have for the country's economy.
Well, as I see, both on the imports and exports front, we've seen about a 60% odd drop in both. So even in March, we had seen the country's export contracting by 34.57%, and now it has, of course, increased and has fallen by as much as 60%. The Commerce Ministry essentially says that the decline in exports has been due to the ongoing global slowdown, and then it was aggravated by the COVID-19 crisis. And obviously, as far as the exports are concerned, there was a large-scale disruption in supply chain, and a lot of orders got cancelled, and that is essentially the reason why this is the case. And several areas which saw, significant negative export growth, negative exports, in fact, in terms of the commodity groups, there were gems and jewelry, which fell about 98%, petroleum products, which fell about 66%, oil imports also fell significantly. So across the board, we've seen the imports and exports falling. And of course, this is likely to continue until and unless the crisis sort of gets abated and the supply chain disruptions are fixed, Aarti.
Avni, thanks so much for that. We'll have to see whether any of the fiscal stimulus packages that the government announces over the next couple of days has any relief for the export sector. On that note, we'll slip into a short break and come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned. The hardest hit by this lockdown has been migrant laborers across the country, and the great Indian migrant crisis continues. It is mid-May, and in this scorching heat, thousands and thousands of migrant laborers are undertaking an arduous journey on foot, on buses, on trains, some even in auto rickshaws, just desperate to try and get back home. We're going to bring you a series of stories on their plight, their determination and desperation to get back home come what may. Now in Bihar's Supal, a case of a pregnant woman who was trying to go back home. She was a migrant laborer. She was trying to get back home in the middle of the scorching May heat. She's been walking from Delhi to reach her village in Sopal and gave birth to a child on the way. The woman was with her husband and also her 3-year-old child. And at the UP-Bihar border at Gopalganj, the pregnant woman's family appealed to the DM for help, after which she was taken to the hospital where she gave birth. The ordeal, though, however, hasn't ended for her, as she still has many, many miles to go before reaching Supal.
और मैंने पापा से पैसे मंगाए, सरकार का कोई मदद नहीं थी और मैंने 500 रुपये मंगाए, मैं और वाइफ आए थे और उसमें भी बॉर्डर पे 10 किलोमीटर पैदल चलना पड़ा। उसके बाद सुबह हुई, कोई बस का कोई सुविधा था ही नहीं, बस था भी तो जहाँ सोशल डिस्टेंस का तो कोई वैल्यू नहीं था। एक बस में जहाँ पे 30 सीट था वहाँ पे 70 आदमी भरे जाते थे। मैंने फिर उसको मना कर दिया, मैं बस से नहीं था, तो मेरे वाइफ को पेट में दर्द होने लगी। फिर मेरे को DM साहब ने हॉस्पिटल भेजी, फिर मेरे वाइफ को बच्ची हुई 6 बजे।
Sham Sudhar joins me on the phone line for more details on this. Sham, do we have a medical update of this lady's health, and also whether or not she is going to continue to stay in the hospital or continue her journey back to Supal?
Well, the family desperately wants to go back to their home village in Supal district, but as of now, the woman who has delivered a baby girl is at the hospital along with the husband and a 3-year-old child. Now, this is a story of a woman, how she, along with a migrant, along with the family, walks the way on foot from Delhi. Somehow they managed to get a truck and they board a truck, but as all of a sudden when she experiences labor pain, the truck driver, out of fear that he may have to face legal issues, he drops the family on the road, and from there again walking, and when they reach the UP, Gopalganj, finally starts again, and it was unbearable for the requested the district magistrate to look into, after which the district magistrate directed the authorities to admit her to the southern hospital. She was admitted to the hospital.
Right, another such incident also being reported from Madhya Pradesh's Barwani, where a migrant laborer was undertaking a journey on foot from Gujarat when she went into labor. The health department quickly came to her rescue and she was rushed to the hospital in the SDM's car, and she actually delivered her baby right outside the hospital in the car itself.
ये लोग क्या है कि गुजरात मजदूरी करने गए थे, वहाँ से इनकी स्क्रीनिंग के लिए हम लोग वहाँ पे तैनात थे जलसा गार्डन में। तो वहाँ पे हमें खबर मिली कि बस में कोई लेबर पेन जनरेट हो रहा है, तो उस लेबर पेन को देखने के लिए हम गए, तो हमको लगा कि स्थिति ख़राब है, उनको डिलीवरी यहीं कराने। हमने कोशिश करी वहाँ बस में करवाने की, इतनी देर में 5 मिनट के अंदर एसडीएम मैडम ने हमें गाड़ी प्रोवाइड कर दी कि हमारी गाड़ी से इनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ। फिर उनको यहाँ लेके आए तो हॉस्पिटल के गेट के अंदर एंट्री ही करी थी और बच्चे को डिलीवर करवाया सुषमा वाजपेयी सिस्टर ने, और मैंने पूरा चेकअप किया। दोनों, उसकी माँ और बच्चा दोनों स्वस्थ है, पूरी तरीके से स्वस्थ है, बच्चा भी स्वस्थ है।
And here is another story that just encapsulates the hardship that migrant laborers are going through. In Madhya Pradesh, a migrant laborer was seen wheeling his 8-month pregnant wife along with their child, their 2-year-old daughter, who was sitting on her lap. They started the journey from Hyderabad and had to resort to this extreme measure because they had run completely out of money. But my colleague Govind joins me for more on this. Govind, do we have a latest update on this migrant laborer who is undertaking this journey? The visuals really are heartbreaking when you see him dragging his pregnant wife with their 2-year-old daughter sitting on her lap.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the side effects pictures of the lockdown, and we can clearly realize them. Today, we also visited the highway, which is connected just near Bhopal, where we just realized that hundreds and thousands of people are just coming back to their native places from their working places, just taking help of the different sources. Some are coming in the vehicles like auto rickshaw, trucks, and tanker. So these are the sources are being used, and these kind of exclusive pictures are also visible on the road. And this is one of the picture which is in the area of Madhya Pradesh, Balaghat, and this is the labor belonged to Balaghat, was working there in Hyderabad, and he was just kept running, kept walking with taking a cart, a wheel cart on which he just set his wife and 2 years old daughter, and his wife is 8 months pregnant. So this is quite a surprising picture that how much the people who are suffering from this COVID-19 and the lockdown also, and they have to face such kind of struggling situation. And this is one of that picture in which this man is completely looking, struggling in his own native place.
Certainly extremely troubling visuals coming in there, visuals that should really shame us, shock us, and leave us questioning whether we've failed as a system, whether we've failed as a country, our migrant laborers. Now, scores of migrant laborers have gone via trucks to various parts of the country, their hometowns, but many of them have also started going on auto rickshaws back home. Now, one such case has emerged from Maharashtra's Kalyan, where plenty of auto rickshaws, scores of auto rickshaw drivers, along with their families, were going back home to Bihar. They claim that they were waiting for the Shramik trains. They had submitted all the documentation, the paperwork, but they had not heard back and hence had no option but to resort to this.
उधर सरपंच के यहाँ जमा किया, सरपंच बोलता है कि आ जाएगा, आज ट्रेन खुलेगा, कल खुलेगा। हम लोग ऐसे ही कर कर के 15-20 दिन, 1 महीने से ये मन की भरमावा दिया जा रहा था। तो हम लोग देखे कि चला पैसा भी खत्म हो जाएगा और ट्रेन भी नहीं खुलेगी, तो फिर तो हमारा ये सब बच्चे क्या होंगे, कौन देगा इन लोगों को।
मैं मुंबई में रहता था, डोंबिवली में कंपनी में काम करता था। 2 महीना से बंद हो गया, कुछ खाने के पैसा नहीं है, उधर कुछ खाने को नहीं मिल रहा था। जो पैसा था सोचा भी भाड़ा गाड़ी लगा के चल जा रहा हूँ, गांव में कुछ जाके करेगा, गांव में अपना खेती करेंगे, उधर ही खाएंगे पिएंगे।
Auto rickshaws have become the new mode of transport for desperate migrant laborers waiting to get back home. In another such incident, traveling from Mumbai to UP and Bihar, 5 youths said that they were waiting for 2 months for the government to step in and help them. And when no help forthcoming, they decided to go back home on the only mode of transport that was available to them.
नहीं सर, हम लोग बहुत कम से कम 2 महीना वेट किया और बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था वहाँ पे, खाने पीने का और रहने का। मकान मालिक भी बार बार किराया मांग रहा था। उधर नीतीश कुमार जो है बोल रहा था कि हम लोग कुछ व्यवस्था करूँगा, लेकिन वो रोज़ जो है अपना मतलब रोज़ कभी बोलता था चालू होगा, कभी बोलता था नहीं होगा। हम लोग रोज़ न्यूज़ देखता था कि कुछ होगा, लेकिन जब हमारे लोगों का ना मतलब भरोसा ख़त्म होने लगा कि अभी कुछ नहीं करने वाला है, तो लास्ट में हम लोग सोच लिया कि ऑटो से ही अपने गाँव जाना है, अपना पैसा लगा के।
Now, several migrant laborers in the national capital are trying to cross the border but are being stopped at the borders given the patrolling and the sealing of the borders in the NCR region. Now, in one such incident, a group of migrants who were ferried in a car to Gurugram was stopped by the police at that border region. Some of those migrants included small children with their families, and they claimed that they had no food or no money left to sustain themselves. My colleague Mohit sends us this report.
Endless wait for the migrant workers to reach out to their native places continues, and you can see we are right now reporting from Ghazipur border. So this was a car which ferried few of the migrant workers, but police is not allowing them to go towards the Uttar Pradesh side. Now there are strict orders by the state governments and the central governments that there should be no movement of migrant laborers from one state to the another. The borders are completely sealed, and you can see these migrant workers came in this car, and hence they are being asked to go back by the police. कहाँ से आए थे आप? कहाँ से आए थे आप?
साहब
गुड़गांव से आए थे. कहाँ जाना कहाँ है?
यहीं
बॉर्डर पे तो अब जाने नहीं दे रही है पुलिस. So there you see again this car ferried these passengers, but now they are carrying them back. Police is not allowing anybody to go towards the border because the center and the state governments and the police have been given strict instructions that no migrant workers should cross the borders. Instead, they should be provided with food and shelter in whichever places they are stuck. You can see on that side also many migrant workers are there. If you try to just go towards that side and check with them that where exactly are they from and what exactly they have to say, because this is the border of Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, and they are not allowing anybody to go towards the UP side, and the police is acting swiftly on all these people who have come over here. Let's talk to a few of them and ask them that what exactly they have to say. Sir, कहाँ से आए हैं?
सर हरियाणा से आए हैं सर, जाने नहीं दे रहे हमको.
तो कहाँ जाना कहाँ है? गाँव कहाँ है?
हमें गाँव इटावा है मेरा.
इटावा है, तो इटावा तक आप पैदल जाने की सोच रहे थे?
पैदल में सर जी सुविधा कर लेंगे. बच्चे मेरे साथ छोटे, ये देखो बच्चे हैं मेरे साथ,
छोटे बच्चे आपके साथ.
मैंने उनको बोला मेरे साधन हो जाएगा, मेरे पे जाने दो यहाँ से.
अच्छा, श्रमिक जो ट्रेन चल रही थी उनमें आपने अप्लाई किया?
मेरा कोई अप्लाई किया, मेरा कोई वो नहीं आया. अब मकान मालिक निकाल दिया हमसे, तो क्या करें.
Now, for the past 2-3 days, a group of migrant laborers in Bengaluru have been waiting for their turn to board the Shramik trains. These are special trains to take them back home, and they're facing multiple hardships. Now, they've been sleeping on mats and cardboard sheets on the footpath, waiting for their turn, waiting for the go-ahead to be able to board those trains. My colleague Deepak sends us this report.
Nearly 2 weeks since the Shramik Express, which has been organized by the centre and in coordination with the state, has been, transporting migrant labourers to their homes. But even till today, we are looking at hundreds of them waiting for their turn to board the train. We're here at Jeevan Bima Nagar, where you can see a group of migrants who have gathered near the police station, and some of them have been here for the last couple of days, and you can see bringing their entire luggage. They've been sleeping on the footpath, and you can see they've been eating on the footpath. They've got makeshift small sheets of paper and clothes which they're using to actually sleep on the road, and it's becoming quite a troublesome situation for them. आप लोग इधर क्यों सोए हुए हैं? क्योंकि सरकार बोल रही है कि आपको सब सेवा सिंधु ऐप में रजिस्टर करना होगा. आपका जब बारी आएगा आपको फ़ोन किया जाएगा.
हाँ सर, ऐसा ही बोला है, मगर फ़ोन आया नहीं. एक बार आए थे हम लोग, वापस गए, मैसेज बोला आएगा, नहीं आया था. तो उसके लिए उधर से इधर में ही आके हम लोग इधर में रहे कि मैसेज आएगा तो इधर से तुरंत जाने का. 2 दिन से इधर में सर मुश्किल है. ये मच्छर उच्छर काट रहे, नहीं खाने का कुछ भी है, नहीं पानी पीने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है हम लोग के पास. पुलिस ने कुछ भी नहीं बोला हम लोग के लिए. बोला कि बिहार के लिए कोई भी ट्रेन नहीं है. बोलता है कभी ज़्यादा पूछताछ में तो कल होगा परसों होगा, ऐसे करके डेट बढ़ाते रहता है. ट्रेन कुछ भी नहीं है अभी तक मिला है.
और आप जहाँ रह रहे थे वहाँ क्यों नहीं रह रहे हो? आप इधर फुटपाथ में क्यों सो रहे हो?
वहाँ पर सर कंपनी वाला बोला है कि इधर से जाने के बाद फिर इधर वापस मत नहीं आना, क्योंकि इधर में बाहर से आओगे तो मालूम नहीं कि क्या तुम्हारे पास बीमारी है या नहीं है. इसके लिए वापस नहीं आना, जाने के बाद नहीं आने के लिए बोला.
And in Karnataka itself, in the city of Bengaluru, hundreds of migrant laborers gathered demanding that they be sent back to their home state of Jharkhand via special trains. They threatened to continue to protest unless their demands were met. And in the protest itself, social distancing norms were completely violated as irate migrant laborers demanded their immediate repatriation.
लेकिन झारखंड नहीं पहुंचाएगा सरकार तो रोड में सोएंगे, मर जाएंगे, लेकिन मिट जाएंगे, लेकिन उससे जाएंगे.
Right now, at a time when all these visuals of migrant laborers walking, going on buses and crammed trucks have been pouring in from across the country, the Supreme Court was apprised of the migrant crisis. They, however, have dismissed a plea on the movement of migrant workers, saying that they cannot monitor who is walking and who is not. Now, the court said that states need to take the onus to ensure that migrant laborers are safe and well taken care of. The Solicitor General is also arguing in court today, said that the central government along with state governments are providing shelter homes, are providing transport options to migrant laborers to ensure their safety and that they get back home soon. So the Supreme Court has dismissed a plea on the movement of migrant laborers, saying that the onus is on states to take care of them. And at a time when thousands of migrant laborers as well as Indians have been returning home, a political war has broken out between West Bengal and the centre. This is, of course, a continuation of the long-standing feud in this corona times when they first fought over who's being tested, the numbers coming out of the state. And now the latest war is on two fronts. The first front that the West Bengal government has opened is that they allege that the Vande Bharat mission, which that is the mission to evacuate Indians stranded abroad, in the second phase, there is no flight that is landing in any city of West Bengal. Now, the second argument and the second feud that is brewing between the centre and the state is over the trains for migrant labourers. Railway Minister Piyush Goyal in a tweet had alleged that the West Bengal government was not giving a nod for more trains to bring back migrant labourers to the state. And the state of West Bengal itself has rebutted and said that they had given the permissions long ago and said that they were willing to accept migrants back. Shreyasi joins me for more on this story. Now, Shreyasi, this war between the centre and West Bengal developing on two fronts today, one over Indians stranded abroad who have to come back to West Bengal, and the second, migrant labourers stranded in various parts of the country, again, who have to go back to West Bengal. What is the response of the West Bengal government to these allegations by the centre that the return of these Indians is being blocked by the state government itself?
A day after Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee put out a tweet saying that 105 trains had been arranged by the state government to bring back stranded citizens of West Bengal back to the state, and the list had trains being prepared from Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Uttaranchal, and other parts of the country, a total of 105 trains. Immediately after that, Piyush Goyal has hit back at Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying that Bengal needs at least 105 trains daily and not over a span of 30 days that it has planned so far. It needs to speed up its arrangements for the migrants of West Bengal. But of course, a political war of words has now escalated between the centre and the Trinamool Congress-led West Bengal government here in Bengal, where, of course, we are seeing the TMC giving out attacks against the Modi government over the migrants' return issue, especially from West Bengal, after the West Bengal government also alleged that the MEA has not sanctioned any flights in the second phase of the Vande Bharat mission, whereas the central government had already been sent a consent by the Mamata Banerjee government. And today, the Home Department also released the letters that were written to the Union Home Secretary on the 8th of May. So overall, of course, there's a trading of charges that's taking place between the Modi government and the Mamata Banerjee government here in West Bengal over the migrants' return issue, while several are still stranded in various parts of the country as well as abroad.
Right, Shreyasi, they're bringing us all those details. The first salvo was fired by Railway Minister Piyush Goyal. Shreyasi, thanks so much for bringing us that update. And a quick update coming in from the Airports Authority of India, tweeting guidelines for the possible resumption of domestic flights soon. The Airport Authority of India has said, and I quote, with the possibility of resumption of domestic flights soon, Airport Authority of India has released some steps that must be followed so passengers are fully geared while traveling. Now, some of these measures include wear a mask, carry a hand sanitizer, keep documents handy, and to register on the Arogya Setu app. These are some of the guidelines that have been issued in advance by the Airport Authority of India for when domestic flights resume. There's been a shift in India's testing policy once again. The centre has issued guidelines for conducting RT-PCR tests based on pooled sampling. Now, what does this mean? What is pooled sampling and who are these people who are going to be tested? My colleague Ayushman is going to join us with these details to explain to us the implications of this move and how it will help in identifying the spread of coronavirus. But samples of 25 people will be identified and their swabs, throat and nasal swabs, are going to be collected. All the 25 samples are essentially going to be tested together. If there is one person who's even found positive in that, then all of them are going to have to go through individual tests. That is essentially what pooling of samples means, testing of these samples means. It's not been conducted on a large scale anywhere else in the world. So this is going to be a novel method to try and see whether the spread of coronavirus has been contained or not. And this testing is also going to happen on migrant laborers who are returning from various states who are undertaking these journeys by train. Ayushman now joins us for more. Ayushman, very briefly, tell us how pooling sampling actually works and how it's going to help India's war against coronavirus.
Well, Aarti, on April 13th, ICMR released the guidelines for pooling of samples. At that time, we didn't have ample amount of testing labs, and also the testing kits were not available in large numbers. So that time, it was said that the pooling can be done only till 5 samples. This precisely means that the nasal swab and the throat swab will be taken of 5 people, and then it will be mixed and it will be tested as one. If the test turns out to be positive, all individual samples will be tested once again. And if it turns out to be negative, all the samples means that every sample is negative. Now, yesterday, the guidelines were issued for migrant laborers as well as people who are returning from abroad, and also for the areas where in past 21 days, we haven't seen one single case. So Aarti, this is basically for the surveillance process. More than 5 samples can be used. This is what we have been told by the ICMR. Now, here what will happen, Aarti, all those asymptomatic migrant laborers or returnees from abroad who are there in the institutional quarantine, their samples will be taken, and then that will be tested in RT-PCR method. It will give a hint if the people who are staying there, they have a COVID infection or not. If it turns out to be positive, again, that similar protocol will be followed. But basically, this test is being done to check if the migrant population, which has come from other parts of the country or other parts of state, is having COVID infection or not.
Right, Ayushman, thanks so much for joining us with that. Pooling sampling going to be done to test the migrant laborers who are returning and also those who are returning from abroad. Well, summertime would ideally have been IPL time for many cricket aficionados, but as a result of COVID, there is a huge question mark hanging over whether or not IPL 2020 is going to be rescheduled. Now, BCCI Treasurer Arun Dhumal has expressed concerns about whether or not IPL can be fixed in to the latest cricket calendar and the impact that is going to have. Karishma Singh joins me for more on this. Karishma, now interestingly, the BCCI has also indicated that as a result of the IPL not happening this year, there is a possibility of pay cuts for cricketers.
Well, yes, absolutely. But the condition is that the pay cut would be in effect only if IPL 2020 does not happen. And at the moment, BCCI is trying its level best to conduct IPL in whatever format possible, whether the entire season happens, whether it's a truncated season or all logistical issues that will be figured out later. But at the moment, what BCCI is waiting for is clarity from the International Cricket Council, because remember, there are two important tournaments, one in September, Asia Cup, and the second in October, the T20 World Cup in Australia. If any of those tournaments are cancelled or postponed by the ICC, then that is the only window of opportunity that the Indian board will have to conduct IPL. And in that also they will have to factor in the travel bans from various countries, because then only we will know who are the foreign players who could be traveling to India for the IPL. There will be quarantine rules that will need to be followed. So it is going to be a very, very difficult task at hand.
Right, Karishma, thanks so much for joining us. I'm sure there are many cricket aficionados who have their fingers crossed and are hoping for an IPL season later this year. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. Thanks for watching.
Hello? Yes, I can.
डिवोट म्हणा ना डिवोट
हाँ आप ऑडियो के लिए दूसरा नंबर एसी लावली ना हाँ स्काइप से आ रही है आप अगर दूसरे नंबर पे कॉल करेगी क्या